City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
Greater
Where's
Southwest.
Noah?
Yeah, we've had a ribbon cutting.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
saw it today. Yeah.
Noah, I'm gonna start. I think so.
I think we can go. Here we go, here we go.
We're gonna get started shortly. I don't have my thing.
You see you wearing your, badge from the,
Good morning, everyone.
Regard.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:09. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the April 18, 2024 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you may have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your full name, address, if you are for or against the proposal, and if you are here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have already completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me and to my left in the order that I call your name, and please do not repeat comments that have already been made by previous speakers. We do have a long agenda today, so that would be really appreciated. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers, or if necessary, may be escorted out by security. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Not here. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Dowell? Not here. Commissioner Escareño? Not here. Commissioner Flores, here. Commissioner Johnson? Not here. Commissioner La Spata? Not here. Commissioner Lyons? Not here. Commissioner Murphy? Not here. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa? Not here. Commissioner Reyes? Not here. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Sicho Lopez? Not here. Commissioner Esposito? Not here. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. We will now approve the minutes from the March 2024 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on March 21, 2024? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Boatright. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes. We have two items for which the applicant has requested a deferral. Both of the items will seek a deferral to a date certain of May 16, 2024. And this would be for the items listed on the agenda today as D1 and D3. The first item seeking a deferral listed as D1, that is a proposed amendment to Waterway Residential Business Plan Development number 1399, submitted by Ani 700 West Chicago LLC, for the property generally located at 700 West Chicago Avenue. The applicant requests an amendment to the existing plan development to permit the construction of a multi-building plan development across multiple sub-areas with a maximum height of 650 feet and consisting of 2,451 dwelling units, 1,950 parking spaces, 280 hotel keys, commercial and retail uses with accessory and incidental uses. A 3.1 FAR bonus will be taken and the maximum overall FAR of the plan development will be 8.1. This is item 22229 in the 27th Ward. Do I have a motion to defer this item to a date certain of May 16, 2024? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Piñeiro. Is there any discussion by the commissioners on this motion? No? Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes for this deferral. Okay. The second item seeking a deferral is listed as item D3, and that is a proposed industrial plan development within the Roosevelt Cicero Industrial Corridor submitted by IDIL Ogden LLC for the property generally located at 4041, 4115, and 4147 West Ogden Avenue and 2309 South Keeler Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M1-2, Limited Manufacturing Business Park, and C2-2, Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District, first to a unified M1-2 designation and then to an industrial plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 48-foot tall industrial building containing 246,200 square feet of space and 271 accessory parking spaces, 47 tractor trailer parking, and 26 loading berths. The overall FAR of the plan development will be 0.38. This is item 22324, and this is in the 22nd ward. We do have speakers signed up to speak on this item, so we'll do that before we take the motion. The first speaker signed up to speak is Mr. Joe Holohan. He represents Douglas Park Lofts, and he is for the proposal. Or, I'm sorry, against the proposal. The next speaker is Noah Jones. He is a resident and he represents Turner Engineering Corporation. He is also against the proposal. And the third speaker signed up is Mr. Warren Miller. He represents Preservation Chicago and he is also against the proposal. If we can start with Mr. Holohan.
Hello, my name is Joe Houlihan. I am a developer and real estate investor, heavily invested in the Douglas Park and North Lawndale neighborhood. I've been attracted to this neighborhood specifically because of buildings like the ones that are being proposed to be leveled. Ward will talk more later, I'm sure, about preservation, and I know there's some environmental concerns as well with this property, but I would like to address the economics of it first and foremost. This is a neighborhood with a high level of unemployment and a history of being disinvested repeatedly and bulldozed repeatedly by our city. There's 3,000 vacant lots in North Lawndale, and we're proposing a warehouse development here that would knock down 3-, 4-, and 5-story loft buildings with who knows how many acres of virgin hardwood forests inside of them, and replace them with a building 1/3 the size that will do nothing but generate semi-truck traffic miles and miles from the freeway, almost as far as you can get from the freeway. And the developers will tell you that this is an economic development project. In fact, I've been told they're even seeking Class 6 property tax freeze. But the reason I found out about this redevelopment is because I had tenants coming to me that were being displaced from the neighborhood, small businesses, even high-end businesses like film special effects businesses catering to CineSpace, looking for space because IDI was clearing these buildings out and throwing out businesses that were providing jobs and providing economic activity in the neighborhood. And tearing these buildings down is just a continuation of our history of basically abusing neighborhoods like North Lawndale and dumping unwanted and unwanted and deleterious activities like semi-truck traffic generating distribution centers in places like North Lawndale. So I'm very strongly opposed to this because I see what the developers are doing. I'm in the business myself. I provide flex and loft space in similar buildings, and I see almost unlimited demand in North Lawndale, yet here we are throwing businesses out and continuing to basically gut the neighborhood and debase the economic base of North Lawndale. So I'm very strongly against any notion of tearing these buildings down, and I believe that the end result will be less economic growth and less opportunity for a neighborhood that needs more and more economic growth and activity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Jones.
Hi, my name is Noah Jones, and I'm here today to represent my family, which is the Turner family, in urging the commission to reject this planned demolition and development at the Ogden Keeler properties, which contain 2 historic buildings that house the Turner Manufacturing Company, our family company that was once a ubiquitous name in home decoration across the country. The Turner family, which is spread across the globe but still has roots here in Chicago, I myself live in the Brighton Park neighborhood. We feel a personal stake and responsibility in seeing this site stand as an emblem of Chicago's skilled industrial labor, architectural, and immigrant history, and to put to good use either as a continuation of Chicago's skilled manufacturing or other civic and community-oriented projects. We feel this proposal is an erasure of that history and a detractor from the surrounding community and public health. In 1917, my great-great-grandfather August Turner commissioned his friend and later to be famous Chicago architect Arthur Alschuler to design and build the 2 Turner manufacturing buildings. Turner and Alschuler's relationship itself speaks to the kinship between industry and architecture, merging to create a brighter future for Chicago. On this basis alone, Altshuler's fame, who built other famous landmarks such as KAM Isaiah Israel Synagogue, the London Guarantee Building, and the Florsheim Shoe Factory, we could urge the commission to give the building landmark status, as these buildings demonstrate Altshuler's early experimenting with masonry and timber construction. My grandmother was friends with Altshuler's daughter, Marion Dupre, and brought me to the Dupre house as a child. Marion Dupre fought hard for landmark preservation in Chicago, and if she were here today, I think she would be speaking too against this demolition of her father's work. What's more, the building stands as testament to Turner Manufacturing Company, tied closely to Chicago's early industrial, rail, and lumber history. Lumber used to be delivered by rail track straight to the warehouse to be turned into products. For 60 years, the Turner Manufacturing Company, the largest factory of its kind, used cutting-edge manufacturing techniques to make affordable reproductions of fine art, popular art, and home decorations. Turner proudly cornered the market on producing picture frames, mirrors, furniture, and helped define the American mid-century aesthetic. In fact, a book about Turner called Turner Manufacturing Company Silkscreens and More by researcher Patrick F. Campbell is going to press and set to be published this year by an imprint operated by Macmillan Publishers. The Turner Manufacturing Building also tells us the story of Chicago immigrants. Jewish immigrants like my great-great-grandfather came to Lawndale to escape persecution and make a life for their families. In its heyday, over 500 people were employed by Turner, and skilled immigrant labor was an essential part of the company. These buildings brought together the immigrant communities, Jewish, Irish, Polish, Eastern European, and Black workers from across the country, from across the city and neighborhoods to work in cooperative unity. I think my forefathers and the Dupres and Altschulers would want to see the preservation of the dream of a unique, civic-minded, and aesthetically driven industrial Chicago committed to development of skilled manufacturing jobs and serving the surrounding community and immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next is Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the Plan Commission. I'm Ward Miller. I'm the Richard H. Driehaus Executive Director of the nonprofit organization Preservation Chicago. Our organization, Preservation Chicago, is opposed to this development, this proposed development at 4041, 4115, 4147, and 2309, 4147 West Ogden and 2309 South Keeler. These are three very important buildings, as you just heard from the great-great-grandson of Mr. Turner. They were designed by Alfred Altshuler, who did a number of buildings that are recognized as designated Chicago landmarks. These buildings were also part of our Chicago 7 most endangered buildings for this calendar year, announced in March. We suggested these buildings for landmark designation last year and also at the beginning of this year. And these are really important buildings by an important architect. This is Alfred Altshuler and R.C. Fletcher. This represents Altshuler's early foray into industrial buildings and industrial construction. He later went into really experiment with reinforced concrete buildings, and many of his buildings that are recognized as landmarks are reinforced concrete buildings. This includes the London Guarantee Building, now the London House Hotel at Michigan and Wacker, the Florsheim Shoe Company, in the Avondale neighborhood on Belmont, a very successful transition to residential, and the KAM Isaiah Israel Temple in Hyde Park on Hyde Park Boulevard. So these are really important buildings, and they're to be replaced with a truck dock system on Route 66, which is Ogden Avenue, which is about ready to celebrate its centennial in 2 years. And why are we demolishing these historic 3- and 4-story buildings that are so important to the fabric of Chicago for another truck dock in a neighborhood that already has a lot of toxins emitted into the air? We don't want to see another Crawford demolition. We don't want to see another Crawford reuse. And I'm saying that on behalf of one of the neighborhood residents that couldn't be here this morning. So I just want to say that these are important structures. Chicago is America's city of architecture. And if we keep demolishing these buildings, even those that are in the neighborhoods, some of these industrial buildings, we are really undermining our place in history. So we really need to recognize these buildings as important structures. You know, we can have cross truck docks. We can have big box buildings anywhere, and it'll look like anywhere USA. But we really need to preserve these historic structures. We don't have a number of these warehouse buildings, these important warehouse buildings, recognized and designated. So we really want to encourage that. And then also, I just wanted to mention in yesterday's Tribune, on the cover of the business section is a whole section on these important buildings. So obviously, the public recognizes it as well as the media. So we just wanted to encourage your action to deny this application, which will be before you next month. It's been deferred till next month, and encourage its landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And just a reminder, this is not to vote on the item, just to vote on the deferral of it for next month. So with that, do I have a motion to defer this item to a date certain of May 16, 2024?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Piñeiro. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second motion by Commissioner Castañeda. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Also, Commissioner Murphy is in attendance. Thank you. And it's a yes. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes to be deferred. Just a reminder, as we have returned to in-person hearings, we will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete a testimony slip available at the back of the chamber. Staff members are available to assist if needed and will collect the forms from you. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number C1 through C6 listed under the disposition heading, and item C7 under the negotiated sale heading, and item C8 listed under the ANLAP heading? I need a motion for that. Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second? Thank you. Second motion by Commissioner Tillman. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and or the Chicago zoning ordinance. As a reminder, please note that items D1 and D3 were deferred just a few moments ago. Also, we have some changes in the order of today's agenda to facilitate those deferrals and various scheduling conflicts. The new order for items for today will be as follows. Item D4, item D5, item D6, item D7, item D8, then back to item D2, item E1, and then the last item will be E2. If during the meeting you have questions about the agenda, please alert a staff member and they will assist you. The first item today is listed as D4, a proposed amendment to Plan Development 136 submitted by Ani Atrium Development Number 1 Limited Partnership for the property generally located at 303 West Division, 1140 North Wells, and 202 West Hill Street. The applicant proposes to add medical service and animal services as permitted uses in subarea A. There will be no new construction or changes to the existing complex. This is item 22374, and this is in the 27th Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to amend Plan Development Number 136 to add medical service and animal services as permitted uses in subarea A. There will be no new construction or changes to the existing complex. The subject site is located in the near North Side community area. The total population is just over 105,000 people. The median residence age is 34.7. 84% of the residents have a bachelor's degree or higher, and the median household income is just over 114,000. The subject site is generally bound by Division Street on the north, Wells Street on the east, Hill Street on the south, and the Brown Line CT elevated tracks to the west. The project site is fully constructed and improved with an existing 9-story residential building, a 32-story multi-unit residential building, a 39-story multi-unit residential building, and a 41-story multi-unit residential building. The site is located in a transit-served location and is located approximately 700 feet west of the CTA's Clark and Division Red Line station. It is also located near the CTA's number 70 and 37 bus lines. The zoning districts in the immediate area are RM-5, RM-6, M1-2, C1-5, and planned developments number 403 and 670. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly residential, commercial, institutional, and parking. The planned development contains 2 subareas, A and B. The new uses are proposed to be located in subarea A. This is an aerial view rendering of the built-out development from the southwest. The proposal is subject to the Central Area Action Plan, which was adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission in 2009. The plan supports creating a vibrant, high-density, mixed-use central area. Now I will turn the presentation over to Liz Butler, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Liz Butler. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Taft, Stettinius & Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago, and our firm represents the applicant in this matter, Ani Atrium Development Number 1 Limited Partnership, which is an affiliate of the Ani Group. The applicant is before the Plan Commission today seeking its favorable recommendation of an amendment to Plan Development 136, specifically with respect to Subarea A. As Emily described, Subarea A of the planned development governs this existing fully built-out development known as Old Town Park, which is generally located at the southwest corner of West Division Street and North Wells Street. Thank you. Emily, the PD consists of 4 residential buildings with 1,500 dwelling units, of which 300 are affordable units. The site has 2 acres of on-site open space, 1,000 parking spaces, which are shared across the 4 buildings. So the amendment before you today would simply add medical service and animal services as allowed uses within subarea A of the PD. And you see here on the screen a site plan depicting the 4 existing buildings. Each building has ground floor commercial space. Other commercial uses are already allowed in subarea A, for example, daycares, restaurants, office, personal service, retail sales, and banks are all examples of uses that are already allowed in the planned development. This amendment is requested in connection with specific tenants who are interested in locating within these existing buildings. A vet's office proposes to locate within the Phase 2 tower at the southwest corner of the site, and a dentist would open an office in an existing ground floor tenant space in the Phase 2 tower, which you can see on the site plan. As Emily mentioned, no new improvements and no construction are proposed as part of this amendment. This is purely a technical amendment to expand the list of uses that are allowed in subarea A to accommodate these specific proposed tenants. And we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is a photo of the building exterior for the space that's proposed to be occupied by a dentist and a concept floor plan. Again, this is located on the ground floor of the Phase 2 tower. That's at the corner of Wells and Hill Street. The dentist would occupy approximately 2,700 square feet. They would have approximately 10 employees. And we can go to the next slide, please. Here is an exterior photo of the location proposed to be occupied by a veterinarian's office, which also fronts on Hill Street. The vet would have approximately 7 employees. No project costs have been determined related to the tenant's interior build-out. Again, no new construction or improvements are proposed by the applicant as part of this amendment. It's a very technical amendment just to add some permitted uses to allow the ground floor spaces to be occupied. So thank you to DPD staff and their assistance with reviewing this proposal. Thank you to the commission for your attention. That concludes our hopefully brief presentation, and we're available to answer any questions that you all might have. Thank you.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the plan development standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal is consistent with the Central Area Action Plan, and the proposal is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend Plan Development Number 136 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for the presentation. I think we do have an update from Mr. Bill Higgins to comment on CDOT improvements, if he can come up.
Thank you. On behalf of my commissioner who's not here yet, I just wanted to say that we support the project and the change right now. Wanted to thank the applicant for following up with us to work to complete some of the signal infrastructure requirements from phase 1 and 2 of the PD. The commissioner just asked that I put that on the record. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff for the applicant? None. Is Alderman Burnett here or somebody from his staff to speak on this
Yeah,
item? Thank
yeah.
you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, or is it afternoon? Good morning. So this is a no-brainer. We had a community meeting with the New North Unity Program. Everyone sees this as an amenity to the community to have both a veterinarian and also a dentist in the community. So the community supported, I support it. So we ask for your support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners before we call on a motion for this? If none, then do I have a motion and a proposed resolution to approve a proposed amendment to Plan Development 136 submitted by Ani Atrium Development Number 1 Limited Partnership for the property generally located at 303 West Division, 1140 North Wells, and 202 West Hill Streets, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second by Commissioner Castañeda. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Brunfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Murphy? Stepped out. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. The next item today is listed as D5, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the City Church Fellowship for the property generally located at 116-138 South Paulina Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from C1-3 to the B3-5 and then to a residential business plan development. The proposed plan development will be developed in multiple phases. Phase 1, a 1,500 seat auditorium workshop space will, with adjoining retail, cafe, and administrative office areas. The 2-story building will include a loading dock and accessory spaces. Phase 2, subject to site plan approval, will expand the development with a 2-story building comprising multi-purpose and conference rooms. youth programming and childcare areas, and share administrative and business office space. Phase 3, subject to site plan approval, may include up to 76 residential units above the Phase 2 building. The maximum overall height is 184 feet, and the overall FAR of the development will not exceed 5.0. This is item 22204, and this is in the 27th ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Fernando Espinosa with Department of Plan and Development. I'm a city planner with Department of Plan and Development. With me today are members of the development team who will be available to answer questions from the commission after today's presentation. Wait just 1 minute until they get back up here.
The whole hallway. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We can share.
So, go ahead. What about the public or? Okay. Okay, so we'll proceed with the presentation. Tech support is on its way, just to not hold up the meeting. So Fernando, if you can just keep going with the presentation.
Again, for the record, Fernando Espinosa, Department of Planning. Please refer to the community area snapshot slide of your hard copies. The site is located at 116 to 138 South Paulina and is located within the boundaries of the Near West Side community area. The site is currently vacant and unimproved. According to CMAP data of 2020, the total population for this community area is 67,881 individuals. The top 3 employment sectors are healthcare and 14.9%, professional and 13.7%, administration at 11.3%, in the community area with a median age of 31.7. Now, I will turn over the presentation over to Ms. Katie Janky-Dale, who represents the applicant. Ms. Katie Janky-Dale.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Katie Jenky-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and we represent the applicant in this matter, City Church Fellowship. With me today are representatives from the church, including Pastor Kent Muncy, Justin Hutton, the project architect, and Louis Abuna from KLOA, the traffic engineer. If you look at slide or page 3, you'll see the site location, which is in the northwest corner of Paulina and Adams. You flip to the next page, you'll see the context, the photos of the existing site along Paulina and Adams. The page 5 shows the zoning map, which shows the site is currently zoned C13, and as mentioned, we are proposing to rezone that to the B35 prior to establishing the plan development, and we're surrounded by a pretty wide variety of zoning districts. Page 6 shows the land use context. The site is primarily surrounded by parking and then also some commercial uses. And then page 7 shows, again, as discussed in the introduction, the phasing of the project. The overall proposals being shown here in the southeast. Phase 1, which is shown in blue, will be the 1,500-seat auditorium, an adjoining cafe and administrative space. And then phases 2 and 3 are shown in pink and yellow in this aerial. Will consist of additional church programming, office space, and a potential residential building, also subject to future site plan approval. With that, I'll turn the podium over to the project architect, Justin Hutton, to go through the plans in more detail. Thanks.
This is back when our parents would love it with paper being king. Thank you, everybody, for being here. So on page 8, you'll notice the view here, the pedestrian context from Paulina Street. If you flip to page 9, it's a similar view, just gives a little bit better angle from Ogden, Adams, and Paulina, showing phase 1 and 2. Flip to page 10, the project timeline, introduction, June 21st, and community meeting that we had was on January 17th. Page 11 is the site and ground floor plan. It shows the street advantages, the loading dock that's there, and landscaping, etc. The ground first floor plan on the next page. It has a legend that calls out the auditorium that'll be there within phase 1 of the project. Second floor plan on the next sheet. The worship space that's there, along with the supporting services for the project. The third floor plan on the next sheet. Again, this is phase 2 of the project, this supporting office space for the church. The next sheet shows the phasing plans, a better idea that's in yellow of phase 1. That's on the first, second, and third floor. The second and the third floor will just be the exterior portion of the build out. And then you'll see phase 2 with the interior build out for the second and third floor. The next page, the building elevations. Phase 3 that's depicted in gray, the massing that's there, that's subject to future site plan approval. The next sheet on the building elevation, this is Adams. The next sheet has building elevation north. This is the public alleyway that's to the north of the project. The following sheet, building elevation west. This is the backside where the elevated train is for the CTA. The following sheet is the building axon. So again, showing more context, it shows the entrances for the development. This is the material sheet, the next sheet. We have the north and the east depicting materials proposed for the project. on the next sheet, the building axon southwest.
Yay,
This will show the CTA.
we got it.
All right.
So if we could at least go back to the renderings,
Sure.
start from the first one, just so we can flip through them, so people can see them. Pages. Yeah, you can do it faster. Yeah, just if you just want to show all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So we'll toggle through these.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, just showing the context here of the project from the 3D renderings. So this shows the intersection of Ogden, Adams, and Paulina. So that's phase 1 and phase 2. The project timeline, which we spoke about, the site and ground floor plan. So this is phase 1 complete. Ground first floor plan. Second floor plan. Again, this is all within phase 1 and phase 2. And the third floor plan that captures the build out of phase 2 complete. So here you'll see the phasing. In yellow is everything phase 1, in blue, everything phase 2. The building elevations, this is off of Paulina. Again, this is the south elevation, so this is Adams Street. These are the main elevations. And then the north public alley elevation, again, phase 3 is subject to future approval. This is the west side of the building, so the CTL elevated train that's there. The building axon, which is kind of where we left off. Again, building materials that you see proposed for the project. This is the southwest view, again, which looks onto the CTA and Adams Street. There's a facade mock-up 3D. Again, then a section with material proposed for the project. Again, traffic study. Summary is here. Lue is here for any future questions from KLOA. Open space and landscaping. So around the perimeter, you'll notice like Adams and Paulina landscaping proposed. The sustainable development. So we do have highlighted areas that we have proposed for the project. A summary of the project. And pass it over to Katie. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke-Dale from DLA Piper. Thanks for hanging in there with us through the tech issues. As I mentioned, phase 3 is potentially residential and would be subject to the 2021 ARO. If developed as residential, it would have up to 76 units, of which 15% or 15 or 20% would be affordable at the 60% weighted AMI. Next slide. As you can probably guess, this is a unique project with wide-ranging impact aside from the hiring and minority commitments that are shown on this slide. So I'd like to invite Pastor Kent Muncy to speak briefly about that impact as well as the church before we wrap up. Thank you.
My name is Kent Muncy. My wife and I started City Church with a handful of others in 2010. City Church grew from 2010 to 2019 to several thousand attending. We had 6 services in our current location. We were able to purchase our current facility in 2015. And what I'm most proud of, though, would be the 400 active volunteers that outside of our 4 walls are serving nonprofits in the area that are committed to serving the city of Chicago. I'm most proud of our partnership with the 27th Ward and our aldermen. We've had that privilege since our beginning to work with Alderman Burnett and his back-to-school picnic. Every year, we have volunteered at that event, provided thousands of backpacks. I would also say that when the pandemic hit, our church really, I believe, showed who we were. I was so proud of our church. Not only did our church continue to serve during the pandemic, but we were able to feed close to 2,000 people a week during the pandemic. And we didn't realize it until some time after, but over 250,000 people were fed by our church during that time. When we purchased this land, I had no idea my personal connection to this property. It was after we were able to secure this land and have it under contract that I spent some time with my grandmother, who wanted me to help her find 15 South Wood Street. I said, Grandma, she's 90, she's a retired missionary. I said, Grandma, all you have to do is put the address in your phone. And she says, well, maybe you can help me with that. And I put 15 South Wood Street into her phone, and a red dot landed what looked like on the map as right across the street from our current site. What I learned that day is that my great-great-grandmother came from Norway to America all by herself. Her family didn't have enough money to come, so they sent her. When she landed here in America, she was 17 years of age. She had met a group of Christians, and they asked her where she was going. She said, I don't know. They said, we're going to Chicago. Why don't you come with? She landed in Chicago. She ended up at the steps of the Chicago Foundling Home. It's there at 15 South Wood Street that my great-great-grandmother was able to live for 1 year. She ended up being hired by the Chicago Foundling Home and ended up serving what is Chicago's oldest nonprofit for most of her life. She ended up living in the neighborhood. My grandmother was raised in the neighborhood. And I also learned that when my father was sick as a little boy, my grandmother and my grandfather would bring him on Sunday nights to Bethlehem Healing Temple, which just happens to be just north of our property. My father had a rare sickness and disease that would have left him crippled, and there was an African-American minister who was not allowed to preach in the main podium of her church, but she was given a prayer room. And people would come from all over as she would pray, and miracles would happen. My father was one of those miracles. I am excited for the opportunity to build this building within proximity, not only to the organizations that we currently serve and have been serving since our inception, but also I'm within a stone's throw of where the Chicago Foundling Home was for so many years, where my father would come to and experienced a miracle in his young age. And I'm excited for City Church Chicago to continue the legacy of ministry of that area. We're excited to partner with Thrive, which we just have learned that right across the street from us is an incredible outreach center. And they lost their church home. They said that they're not connected to any local church. And so Thrive and City Church are looking forward to continuing a legacy of serving the community and making an impact. It's an honor to be here in front of you today, and thank you for your time.
And for the record, Fernando Espinosa, Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted and has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for this site for the following reasons. It ensures adequate public review of major development proposals. This project has been reviewed by Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities, Chicago Department of Transportation, Chicago Fire Department, as well as Department of Planning and Development. The development encourages unified planning and development. The proposal will not adversely affect nearby developments and is compatible with the base zoning district of B3-5. Furthermore, the development promotes economically beneficial development patterns and are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal aligns with current development patterns in the immediate area, which includes a mix of residential, office, and commercial. Finally, please refer to the department staff report for further details of the proposal and the application. Based on the foregoing, there's a recommendation of the zoning administrator and DPD that the application for 116 South Paulina be adopted, be approved, and the recommendation to City Council amending on zoning, landmark, and building standards be passed as recommended. This concludes the presentation. Staff and the development team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. We do have 4 speakers signed up to speak on this item. First is Mr. Butler Adams, who is for the proposal, followed by Mr. Ron Hickman with City Church, who's also for the proposal. Next will be Christiana. Sorry, I can't read the last name. Also with City Church, who's also for the proposal. And then lastly will be Mr. Vincent Williams, who is for the proposal. You can start, Mr. Adams.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I want to say I am in favor of this proposal. Admittedly, I'm not really a church-going kind of person like that, but seeing as what the project could be in the future, seeing what phase 3 could be, I think there's a lot of potential for this area, and this project could potentially kind of kickstart a lot of that development. Looking at a lot of these diagrams, and especially kind of the view looking southeast over the entire area, there's a whole lot of vacant lots in this area. And I do hope that the planning is looking at this with the fact that the city's looking to update the Central Area 2024 plan. I hope that you're looking at maybe to expand Central Area into this area, maybe kind of upzone this area to bring more development. There's so much potential around the United Center. There's so much potential along the pink line along there with adding a new stop. This is just a start, and I hope that the city is looking at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Hickman.
Good morning. My name is Ron Hickman, and I'm a member of City Church and also serve on its advisory board. My wife and I began going to City Church about 10 years ago. And the first time we walked into City Church in our current location, we were very impressed. So many young people, in fact, we were the oldest people there, and such a mix of people that it was just so heartening to see all these young people on fire for Christ at church worshiping. And over the last 10 years, that it has just grown like crazy. We have now, I think Pastor Kent mentioned the fact that just before the pandemic, we had 5 or 6 services that we had to have because of the overflow capacity. And now we are at the point where we are so large that we need the extra seating capacity to be able to serve all those that are there. City Church Chicago has outreach programs that do so much for the different communities. I think Alderman Burnett should talk about the picnics that we've helped support during every year. That the outreach programs include things like Empower Ministries International, but also locally Salt and Light Coalition, which help bring women out of human trafficking and give them purpose for life and things to do. City Church Chicago, we need a new location, primarily because of the space, but we felt this location was perfect because it is an area that we can do more in the outreach area. And to be very honest with you, one that we feel that our testimony will be able to bring many to Christ also. We believe it'll be a blessing on Chicago, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. Next is Ms. Christiana.
Good morning. I'm Christiana Tucker, and I'm a member of City Church Chicago, and I'm also on team here. While City Church is as we all heard, a growing community, we currently don't have enough space to support the partnerships that we have. We have many, you'll hear more about them, but the two I like to highlight are Salt and Light Coalition and Caris. As mentioned, Salt and Light Coalition helps women who have been sex trafficked, and they gain job skills, mental health, assistance with mental health issues, and overall confidence so they can not only support their families, but generations to come. And the next organization is Caris, who helps women who are facing unplanned pregnancies. And we know the options that are available with unplanned pregnancies, but their main goal is to focus on helping women who are facing economic disparity, not having supplies and resources for mental health issues, community, just people to walk alongside their journey. So with the growth of City Church, we're able to continue to support these organizations with more space, more resources. Just know that they're not alone in facing these trials that they're currently facing, not only for their families, but for generations to come within their families and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Last, we have Mr. Williams.
Hello, my name is Vincent. I also am a member of City Church, but I also get the opportunity to lead our outreach ministry at City Church. You've heard all the amazing things that we've been able to do at City Church, and that's been for the last 14 years. City Church will be 14 years old this year. And that's been the vision and the heart from our pastors in our community to lead change in our world with a local focus, a local impact. And you've heard from my friends, my pastor, just the impact that we've been able to do as a church. It's been amazing to provide 250,000 people with food during an unprecedented time. It's been amazing to support our aldermen at the local backpack drive. It's been so amazing. We have about 30 partners throughout the city of Chicago, with over half of them being connected to the 27th Ward. It's been amazing for us to support them week in and week out. But as we look to the future, as you look at that building, this simply allows us to do more. It allows us to triple our impact, not just continuing our support for the 27th Ward, but for Chicago at large. Our name is intentional. We are a church for the city. So as you can hear, I am fully in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I think that's it for speakers. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Soto?
Couple of questions. So in the floor plan, I'm seeing a lot of classroom for children of different age groups. How often is that going to be utilized? What's the programming there?
If we could flip through the slides to go back to the floor plan.
We'll currently use those classrooms primarily for Sundays, but we also during the week have a plan to make those classrooms available for the community for life enrichment programs, education courses, and other needs. We're also looking at ways we can serve the surrounding community with childcare through that space.
So my question is then in terms of like the drop-off areas, and as a mother of 3 sons, I know how that can all get backed up. And the drop-off areas are always very, very small on that. So I just want to make sure that there's a lot of consideration in that and for any future growth. That's just one of my comments. And then for the parking for this large area, I know it's not necessarily shown in this plan, but what's the plans for parking?
Thanks for the questions. For the record, Katie Jinky Deal. So on your first question about park or drop off and pick up. So the daycare uses that would mostly be accessory to what's going on in the church otherwise. If there were to be kind of a standalone traditional daycare, the PD statements provide that we would come back for site plan approval for that and work through the details that would have with CDOT as part of that site plan approval for that kind of standalone or more intensive use. And then to your question about the parking, we discussed that, this is a transit served location. We really hope that a lot of our attendees are coming from within the local community taking transit. But we talked to DPD and CDOT pretty extensively and provided them with some summaries of conversations we've been having. As you saw in the slide or on the sheet, there's a lot of parking in this area and, kind of complementary uses. A lot of users that aren't using that parking on Sundays, for example, or Sunday mornings. So we've been in discussions with a lot of them. We're a ways off from when we would actually need to activate and use that parking, but we've started those conversations now and identified more than enough parking very close by that is willing, or with owners that are willing to work with us.
And then my final question is for obviously the MBE and WB participation. Who's the identified general contractor for this project?
So we have not identified a GC yet. We're still going through, obviously, the zoning process and wouldn't start construction until next year at the earliest. But I'm happy to have a team member speak to it, but we're very committed to local and minority hiring as part of this project. It's part of the ethos of the church. And so it's definitely something that we're focused on as part of the project and meeting those goals. But we haven't hired a contractor yet.
Then who provided the $16 million estimate for the cost of the project?
Sorry. I'm Howard Blair. I'm helping with project management. We went to 2 contractors, Skender and ECI, for market pass at our preliminary drawings.
You said ECI?
ECI, yes. They did McDonald's.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Soto?
No.
Okay, let the record reflect that Commissioner Spata is here and also Commissioner Carney. And Commissioner La Spata, you had a comment, question?
Yeah, a comment and a question. So number one, apologies for my tardiness. Number two, this body has gotten to approve a lot of transit-oriented uses. I feel like this is the first transit-oriented worship space since I've been on the Plan Commission. And I genuinely and absolutely love it, like particularly as someone who goes to a church in Logan Square where our building was built before cars existed. So of course they weren't planning for parking spaces back in the 1910s, but we make it work, and like you're planning for it already, and I love it. I love the proximity to so many different forms of transit, so many modes of getting to your building. It's gonna work. There's a lot of creativity here. I love looking at a worship space that has stroller storage on the map as someone who is pushing an 18-month-old to church. Like, we walk to our church every Sunday. This is fantastic. This is very useful in a building to plan for it, and not just in an ad hoc way. If I were to encourage one thing, it would be, you're already meeting the sustainable development policy. You have these beautiful, wide open glass windows with trees in front of it. I would genuinely encourage your architect to think about how to build bird-friendly design into the space for the church. We know as Christians, part of our mission, our faith, is being stewards. It's being in right relationship with wildlife. Thinking about how that applies to how wildlife and birds engage with our space feels critical to the city at large, but particularly to a building that is built around mission and relationship. So I would just encourage that point, but otherwise it's a really beautiful, brilliant project to bring before the commission. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do have a follow-up question to the timeline, the construction timeline. Can you speak to what's the anticipated timeline for phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, if known?
Phase 1 and 2, we're going to try to be in for permit later this year, with construction next year, phase 1 and 2. And then phase 3 is way downstream and unknown at this time.
Are phases 1 and 2 financed?
No, not at this time, but we do have donors lined up and certain things happening. Yes, in a
Great.
way.
Okay. well, good
Different
to
than
hear.
normal finance construction projects.
Yeah, good,
Real.
good to hear. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? No. Okay. If not, then Alderman Burnett, would you like to speak about this item?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to commend the church for bringing Howard Blair out of retirement. I know he retired from Sterling Bay, and they brought you back. They keep bringing you back, Howard. What's going on, man? I think you just want to be around all the young people, man. You went to Sterling Bay to be around the young people. Now you're getting with the young church. But anyway, so we've been working with this church for 14 years. They're very involved in the community. They've been doing a lot on the west side. As you can see, most of their parishioners are young. Matter of fact, they stole my son from my church, and he goes to their church, all young people, which is good. It's exciting to see these young folks that want to get involved in the community and do things for the neighborhood. This church has actually been trying to open up a community center out west for a long time. Some of you may or may not know, west of Ashland, east of Western, between the Eisenhower and Lake Street, we probably have the most low-income and affordable housing in that area than most areas in the city of Chicago. There's a lot of permanent, affordable, and low-income housing. And for this church to come over there is great because they get to help those folks. But at the same time, and I live in this area, at the same time, our houses starting to cost about $1 million, over in that area. So it's a good mix. And, I know a lot of folks don't look at this, but, being around for a while and growing up on the near north side around Moody Bible Institute, I see these evolving churches as economic development engines, right? So like when Moody Bible moved on the near north side, if you look at most of the market rate housing on the near north side, you look at a lot of Moody Bible students moving into them, and some of the folks who go to their churches and so on and so to speak. Then like we got other churches that move to the near north side. Park Community Church moved there. A lot of their parishioners move to the neighborhood in the mixed income developments, right? And one of the great things about these type of churches is that, you know, they folks don't discriminate, right? So they're the ones who are more likely to move in a mixed income community because they love everybody, right? And they try to help those people who need help and all of those things. And as these churches, even with the city church, Soul City Church, same thing, moving to the West Loop. A lot of those young people who go to that church live in the West Loop. Now they moving west of the West Loop where their church is located. And now these folks moving their church, when they move their church over to River North, a lot of their parishioners move to River North. You know, churches work in two different ways. Back in the old days, you know, you used to move where your parish was, right? And then, you know, as things evolve and the neighborhoods got worse, people started moving to the suburbs. I think it's a reverse going on with these younger churches, right? These younger mega churches. I don't know if you want to be described, pastor, as a mega church. I know a lot of pastors don't want to be called, but you're a mega church, man. But these younger mega churches tend to move in areas and their young people move into those areas. So I see this as an economic engine for what's to come in this community, because although we do have a lot of permanent affordable housing and some low income housing because of West Haven or Henry Horner, we do have a lot of land available over there that's going to be developed. And I anticipate coming before this body, a lot more housing coming before this body in the future. As you all see, a lot of those developers from the Fulton Market are starting to move west. Everybody's moving west. And so to balance that out and even that up, this church would be play a pivotal role in helping to attract those homeowners or renters or whatever, dwellers into that community. So I see it as a great thing. I see it as a great compliment. And you know, it's funny, a lot of people laugh, but every time I see one of these churches moving west and moving to my challenging areas, I'm like, great, because I know what they do. Not only do they attract parishioners, but they help bring up the community too, because they help the neighborhood believe in itself and become great citizens in the community. So this is to me, this is a blessing to have this church move into this area. We did have a community meeting. The community pretty much asked about some of the same things that was asked here, in particular the parking situation. As you all know, not only do we have all of the United Center parking, we have a lot of Rush Hospital parking that's not really used on Sunday. We got some Union parking over there that's not really used. So there's a lot of available parking in the area, a lot of opportunities for folks to be able to do some things in reference to that, along with all of the transportation that's going on. As far as with minorities, and Commissioner, I appreciate your questions about minority contractors. As you all know, I like to encourage every contractor. You know this from being at Sterling Bay. I like to encourage all the developers to have their contractors. We have a policy here that your contractors got to be 30% affordable. I think the best way to make sure it's 30%, not 30% affordable, 30% MBE, WB. The best way to do that is to just have your contractor joint venture with a minority contractor. Just have them joint venture. That you get your 30% covered right there, right? If they're partners, the 30% is covered. There's no question asked. It's done, right? So I like to encourage that. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the other contractor that you mentioned. Skinder is okay. They just need them to be straight with you. They need to be pushed a little bit, right? And I would tell them that. So because I've had to push them on some things. But anyway, as far as dealing with minority contractors. So I'm hoping that I can encourage you all to encourage your contractor to joint venture with a minority contractor. We would like to see that. But other than that, we did have a community meeting. The community was in support of this. And I asked that this body supported, my community supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Any follow-up questions or comments from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Brumfield?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just have to go on record by just thanking the pastor for sharing his story, sharing his lineage, and sharing, what is clearly going to be the next step in your legacy here. Your family has a long history here, and this is just another byproduct. I won't say just, but it is a byproduct of that. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you sharing that. I think this is a fantastic effort, but really having that story as part of, the effort moving forward just really gave it even more gravity. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the City Church Fellowship for the property generally located at 116-138 South Paulina Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you, Commissioner Barkley. And do I have a second motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Laspada. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley? Thank you. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Laspada?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And Commissioner Villegas? Stepped out. Okay, well, motion passes. Congratulations. Okay, moving along. Okay. Moving right along, the next item today is listed as D6. A proposed amendment to residential business plan development 1396 submitted by 730 North Milwaukee LLC for the property generally located at 734 North Milwaukee Avenue, 736 North Milwaukee Avenue, and 700 North Carpenter Street, and 1040 West Huron Street. The applicant proposes to convert the existing three-story office building into 32 residential units, which will result in a total of 228 residential units in the existing planned development. This is item 22378, and this is also in the 27th ward. Emily Thron will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
For the record, my name is Emily Thron with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to amend residential business plan development number 1396 to convert an existing three-story office building into 32 residential units, which will result in a total of 228 residential units in the existing plan development. The subject site is located in the Westtown community area. The population is over 87,000 people. The median household income is just over $118,000, and over 23% of the land is used for multifamily residential uses. The subject site is bounded by North Milwaukee Avenue on the north, Carpenter Street on the east, and West Huron on the south, and North Aberdeen Street on the west and northwest. A 6-story mixed-use building is located on the northeast boundary of the lot. The planned development contains an existing 3.5-story building located at 1040 West Huron and a 22-story building that is attached to the building to the north. The site is located in a transit-served location and is located approximately 550 feet south of the CTA's Chicago Blue Line station. It is also located near the CTA's number 56 bus line. The planned development was approved in January of 2018 to allow for a new construction building with 226 units and office space within the 3.5-story existing brick building. A minor change was issued in July 2023 that reduced the maximum number of dwelling units from 226 to 196 and reduced the number of parking spaces from 93 to 81. This is an aerial view of the site with an image showing the existing 22-story building that is attached to 1040 West Huron, where the additional units will be located. Here is a view of the 3.5-story building at 1040 West Huron from multiple directions. The space within the building was allocated as office space, but will be converted to residential. This is an aerial view rendering of the built-out development from the southeast. The proposal is subject to the plan for the Chicago's near northwest side, which was adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission in 2002. The goals of the plan include promoting livable residential neighborhoods, encouraging higher density developments on commercial streets close to transit. Now I will turn the presentation over to Chris Walsh, the principal at Tandem and the project architect, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Good morning. So we started back in actually November of 23. We had a pre-intake meeting with staff just to make sure that this would be an acceptable project. As you can see, it's part of an existing PD, and we're not asking to do anything outside. This is just purely an interior remodel of the office space into residential. So then we followed up with a community meeting. We met with the aldermen, met with the community in February. Neighbors of River West and St. John Catholic Church is where we met them. And then we applied for the PD on March 20th. So you'll see this is actually the site for the whole PD. The purple area on the bottom is what we're talking about. That's the existing 3.5-story classic loft building. That was originally on the site. To the north was the parking area, and that's now the high rise we talked about. So the bottom portion that highlighted yellow is the existing lobby for the business, and that will become the residential entrance for these 32 new residents. To the north is everything that's existing with the high rise, which we call Avenir. So, bike room, lobby, retail, and parking. These are close-ups of the plans. On the right is the lower level, half-story down. We're proposing 4 apartments down there, along with the bike storage, which we are going to do 1-to-1 bike parking for this. We also have bike parking that takes care of the tower separately. Yellow is the stairs, and then we do have an elevator already in the building. So on the left-hand side is the first floor. We'd have 9 apartments on the first floor, and the half-level lobby, which is at street level, would be the park package and lobby. Second and third floors would just be purely apartments with 10 apartments per floor on each one. So the only changes we would actually make on the exterior of the building would just be windows to make them operable. So we'd really just be taking a window out and putting in an operable window. They're currently, they look like double hung windows, but they're actually fixed. So you really wouldn't be able to even tell any difference. The entrance we did about 4 or 5 years ago to set off that this was the entrance on Huron. It used to be around the corner on Carpenter, and we moved it. So this is actually a revamped entrance from just a few years ago that we had designed and permitted. So again, we're not planning on changing anything on the outside. It's actually very nice, classic brick detailed loft building. So you get a little sense of the building here with the section through the high rise next door. It's actually attached. And so the purple, again, on the left is the existing building. So you kind of just see the scale. This is really just a small part of this building. A little better context. Facade sections, it's mass brick exterior, interior is timber frame, loft building. we're planning on keeping all those elements as much as we can and really having a different feel for this building. But you can see it's actually three-sided architecture, takes up the entire block. Transportation, this is the approved CDOT plan. So, you know, just parking is really along Aberdeen is the west street that goes up the back. And so the parking is around the back. And then again, the entrance is on the south side. And residents would walk around to the northeast corner at Milwaukee and Aberdeen to access the lobby. But they'd get all the amenities of the tower, which is a pool, workout room, and skyloft. For urban design, I just grabbed 4 of the ways that this project complies with the urban design. The primary entrance is located on the sidewalk level. The massing creates an active street with the building walls right at the sidewalk, 0 lot line. Wide sidewalks around the entire building. We maintain those as part of the whole development with plowing and everything. And then the gaps between the buildings are not encouraged, and there is no gap. These are attached buildings. For open space, this was all really done in the original PD, but if you add on the new units and multiply times the required amount of green space or open space, it's about 8,000 square feet. It's 8,200 square feet. We actually have over 11,000. 5th floor is the pool deck you can see on the right in the tan area, and on the left is actually an 11th floor open deck. So open space we more than comply with. So building materials, just a simple statement that, again, is all an interior remodel. We're not planning on touching the outside. It would just be preserved as is. For sustainability, to hit the 50 points, we have 7 items that will get us to the 50 points. We're right at the metro line, I'm sorry, the blue line. So that's 5 points. Bike parking, we're going to add an EV charging station, waste diversion at demolition, indoor water use. We're going to add a second CTA digital display in this lobby, and provide EV readiness for the parking. This is actually a statement directly from the city water department that stormwater has been already addressed basically for the site, and there's no need for a stormwater management review. Yeah, sure. I'm going to turn this over to our attorney.
Good afternoon, Talar Berberian with Thompson Coburn with offices of 55 East Monroe for the record. The affordable housing compliance component of this site, so it applies strictly to the new 32 units. The existing portion of the building, the 196 units that were constructed as part of the tower were also subject to the 2015 ARO and specifically the Near North area pilot program. So there are currently 39 affordable units in the tower, and there will be 6 new affordable units, which is 20% of the new units going into the building offered as affordable. In compliance with the 2021 ARO, those will be offered at varied AMI levels. There'll be 1 unit at 40% of AMI, 2 at 50, 2 at 70, and 1 at 80. And that is, in compliance with the ordinance. All of those affordable units will be type A units. So there'll be a total of 45 affordable units in this development together. Yeah, I'll continue with the public benefits. So again, we're providing an additional 6 affordable units, which will be offered at lower AMI levels. Some of them will be, this site is extremely accessible with respect to public transit as well as to the highway. It's a really kind of a great location for residents. We've gotten great feedback from the existing residents about the accessibility of the site. So, more public transit use, bicycle usage on the Milwaukee Avenue corridor is up, and we're adding, good bike amenities at the new portion as well. Additionally, the proposed, excuse me, the proposed renovation will allow the continued adaptive reuse of the existing structure on the corner there. And with respect to WBE participation, WBE, MBE, and city resident participation, we are looking for ways to meet those goals on this phase of the project, and we're confident that we'll be able to do so given the different nature of this project as opposed to the tower portion. So because it's an existing build out, we've developed relationships with various MBE, WBE subcontractors in prior projects that this developer has done in the city and also in this PD, and we're looking forward to working with them. In fact, we've already identified 2 major trades that are MBE, right, Chris, contractors that we're looking forward to working with for this portion of the project.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the plan development standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal is consistent with the near northwest side plan, and the proposal is in compliance with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend Plan Development Number 1396 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. John Bosca from Neighbors of River West, and he's for the proposal.
Thank you. My name is John Bosca, President Emeritus, Neighbors of River West. We met with the applicant as well as their attorney. We're supporting in the change of the use from office to residential. We think this is the best way to use this space. Additionally, we think it's important that we have more residents in the area as to increase safety as well as take advantage of TOD and some of the businesses that are there. We like to increase the critical mass of people who spend time there, work there, and especially in that particular area. The TOD mention is spot on, something that we support and something that we want to further engage with as well as develop more with. So again, Neighbors of River West is in support of this change of use and the additional work that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosca. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
I do have a question.
Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yeah, question for, thank you for the presentation. Just for, help me understand, you were describing some of the spaces associated with the existing Avenir Tower. Does it mean that some of these spaces are going to be shared with the, between the buildings?
Yes, the plan right now is to have these actually as we're gonna lofts at Avenir, so they'll have their own identity, their own entrance, but they will be able to walk around the corner and share all the amenities. So we've got, you know, coffee shop and pool and things like that, as well as parking is also shared.
Okay, what's the timing for the
The
development?
plan is that we start construction around November, December this year and done May of 25.
Okay, I'm just, because I'm curious about occupancy of office space in the area. What is it, what is the current occupancy, if any, at this point?
So our office is actually there, and there's 2 other tenants. We've tried to rent the rest of the building. So we occupy about 1/3 of the building right now. But we have not had any luck really getting other tenants. So,
Great. Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Commissioner Soto, followed by Commissioner Laspata.
Just an observation, like the last project that was presented, that was a $16 million project, and they said that they would be creating 70 construction jobs. And just note that this is a $6.5 million investment, and they're stating 200 construction jobs. So there's still this disconnect in what's, being reporting and what's being presented to us. And I think we need to to have some sort of agreements as to what's accurate and what's not when it's being presented.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
I
It's
think
not a
that's more
question.
for our
Sorry, yeah.
department. Correct. Noah, do you want to address that?
Yeah, I think Commissioner is spot on. I mean, there's not a uniform way or a defined way to present that data. And so sometimes when the job numbers are presented, they're presented as all people on the site as opposed to full-time equivalency in terms of hours. So 200 jobs with people working at different hourly rates or schedules might be the same as someone reporting 70 full-time equivalent jobs. So it's just I think the commissioner's point is that we should have some uniform way to report it so we can compare all projects equally across the board.
Could we build on what the 200 number means for this team?
Yeah, for the 200 number, that would be construction jobs, construction people that we estimate would be working on this project. As far as full-time jobs, we estimate this would add 2 to our staff for full-time. So that just to kind of separate that. So building maintenance and attendant for it. So that would be probably the numbers you're looking for, thinking about.
Does that help, Commissioner Soto?
No, it's got it.
I'll just follow up one more time. I think it's not, it's the way they get reported out. So that one job might have 200 jobs worth of hours.
Yeah.
But there might not be 200 people there. Like if the previous job said there'd be 70 people there, you might end up with the same amount of hours worked from those people. It just needs to be standardized. So I don't know if you have it broken down yet at this point, what you plan to do for that, but I think that's what the commissioner's looking for is reporting is, will there be 200 jobs worth of 40-hour work weeks, or will be there 200 people on the site?
Yeah, I'd have to step back on that. Yeah.
Commissioner Laspada?
Thank you so much, Chair. Feels like a great use of the property. I love the design. I love the wide sidewalks. If I were to, I want to speak on one thing on the record that is admittedly tangential to the project, but I imagine that those who are either driving or cycling or walking to your building are using either Huron or Carpenter coming off of Milwaukee. Want to speak into that as someone who uses that bike lane on a regular basis. Those are both very dangerous intersections. Despite the stop signs, there's a lot of people who make a lot of rolling turns onto Milwaukee from there. So a conversation for the commission, and I'll follow up with colleagues offline. I don't know what solves this problem. I don't know if that's a space for us to work on raised crosswalks to increase pedestrian and cyclist safety on that intersection, but it's a dialogue to continue to just make sure that the infrastructure that we're building out around your development meets the mobility needs of those coming and going around it. So just something that I wanted to flag for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? If not, Alderman Burnett, would you want to speak on this item?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So as John Bosco, who was here from the local community organization, the Neighbors of River West, met with them. They approved this project. They had a very involved community meeting, with some of the folks who live in the area, and they're all excited about this being a residential development. This building been there for a long time. Matter of fact, a lot of people didn't really know what it was. But it's in an area where a lot of development is happening. We appreciate the more affordable coming to that community. My community support this development. I support it. I ask for your support. Thank you very much. And you all won't have to deal with me anymore today. Thank
We missed you, so thanks for coming.
you.
Okay, any other comments or follow-up questions from commissioners? If not, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development 1396 submitted by 730 North Milwaukee LLC for the property generally located at 734 North Milwaukee Avenue, 736 North Milwaukee Avenue, and 700 North Carpenter Street, and 1040 West Huron Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So move, Pineda.
Thank you, Commissioner Piñeiro. Do I have a second motion? Second by Commissioner La Spata. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley? We lost him, okay. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner La Spata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto? Thank you. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. And I think that is it. Motion passes. Thank you. We have, yeah, we still have 10. So we're good. Yeah. Yeah, so we. Okay. The next item on the agenda today is listed as D7, a proposed amendment to institution plan development number 933 submitted by UHS of Hartgrove, Inc., DBA Hartgrove Behavior Health Systems, and UHS of Delaware, Inc., for the property generally located at 5730 West Roosevelt Road. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from institution plan development number 933 to M2-2, to a C2-2, and then to institution plan development number 933 as amended. The applicant proposes to construct a one-story building addition to accommodate additional patient rooms. The expansion will also add an additional 22 surface parking spaces. The overall FAR of the plan development will be 2.2. This is item 22373, and this is in the 29th ward. Raquel Vega will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Raquel Vega with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, UHS of Hartgrove, is here today requesting the approval to amend Plan Development number 933, generally located at 5730 West Roosevelt Road, located in the 29th ward. So the applicant proposes to rezone an adjacent city-owned parcel at 5736 West Roosevelt Road to M2-2, from N2-2 to a C2-2, then into industrial plan development number 933 as amended. The applicant proposes to construct an addition to Hartgrove Hospital. The proposal includes 24 double occupancy patient rooms, group therapy rooms, and other accessory spaces. The construction will be broken down into 2 phases and will expand the hospital space by 2,000 square feet, 22,000 square feet. The proposal includes increasing the existing surface parking spaces by 21 for a total of 150. I'm sorry, I messed up on the agenda.
No worries.
Okay. The site is located in the Austin community area. And here are some data points from the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning. Austin has roughly 100,000 residents, down almost 18% based on the 2 previous census counts. 3/4 of the residents are Black, followed by 19% Latino. In terms of educational attainment, 8.8% of residents have a bachelor's degree, with 6.6 holding a graduate or professional degree. The majority of households are considered low income, with 60% earning less than $50,000 annually. 17% of residents earn over $100,000. When we look at housing occupancy, 60% of residents are renters and 40% are owner occupied. In this aerial view, we can see Hartgrove Hospital within the urban context. The site is located at the city's border with Cicero near Oak Park. It is approximately 2 blocks south of the 290 Expressway and within walking distance of the Austin Blue Line. PD 933 is located adjacent to the Roosevelt Cicero Industrial Corridor and near residential areas with commercial located on Roosevelt Road. The existing PD is bound on the south by Roosevelt, on the east by Waller Avenue, and to the north by Fillmore Avenue. The vacant city parcel is adjacent to the PD, the existing PD, on the west. The proposed amendment will allow for the expansion of the PD boundary to include this parcel. The irregular shape of the vacant parcel resulted from a rail spur that once served this former industrial site. Now I will turn it over to UHS of Hartgrove, represented by Taft Law, to go over the details of the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Raquel. I see that Commissioner Boatright has stepped out, but I wanted to commend her and her excellent staff on all the excellent support we've had in this matter. Good morning, or I guess afternoon now. My name is Anthony R. Licata. I'm a partner at the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister. And with my colleague Braden Lord here today, we have the privilege of representing Universal Health Systems, Inc., the publicly traded health care provider, which owns the actual name applicant, UHS of Hartgrove, Inc. We'll turn to some details here in a minute, but at the outset, what I really want to remind everyone is that there are really three important reasons why you should be supporting this application. And I think why we've had such support from there she is, Commissioner. I was just saying, thank you for all your good help. Three reasons you should be actively supporting this project for the city. Number one, there is an urgent need for behavioral health hospital facilities in the city. And we'll give you some statistics and we'll prove that up for you in just a minute. Secondly, and just as important in my view, this site is environmentally contaminated. It has several environmental contaminants. I've got the list over here. Nothing that you'd want in your neighborhood. Certainly, we've got benzene, vinyl chloride, something called benzoanthracene. I don't even want to know what that is, and naphthalene. And we'll see in a picture shortly why this is such an important aspect of this project for you. And then finally, the Hartgrove Hospital is a taxable entity. It's a taxpayer in the city of Chicago and the Cook County. It pays property taxes on its existing facility and will pay on the new building being built. So this project is taking property that is currently off the tax rolls onto the tax rolls, generating taxable income, and this property is located in the Roosevelt Cicero TIF district. So that revenue will be accruing to the city in a way that enables the city to make use of it. Turning to the slides again, just a quick bit of background for you. The Hartgrove Behavioral Health System has been serving this community and the surrounding area for over 50 years. The current facility was built in 2007, operated, as I mentioned, by Universal Health Services, which is a major healthcare provider, 400 facilities and 94,000 employees nationwide. It's important to note Hartgrove provides inpatient and outpatient behavioral health care and related services, including inpatient acute mental health care, outpatient care, and accessory wellness and education and support services. Again, showing our support for the community, Hartgrove predominantly serves members of underserved communities. 72.4% of the inpatients and 82% of the outpatient being served by the hospital are on Medicaid. We're on the next one, yeah. as I mentioned earlier, the Hartgrove and the broader region are experiencing significant demand for behavioral health psychiatric services. And just to show you the impact of that, there are 10 of these acute medical facility, mental health inpatient facilities in the overall state planning area for medical care. Hartgrove is the leader of those 10 facilities. We serve 23% of all the patients and are providing 29% of the patient days. So 1/10, if you will, of the number of facilities is providing 29% of the patient days. We currently have 160 inpatient beds. We have been operating at or above full occupancy every year since 2020. And under state law, full occupancy is defined as 85% or greater. So on many days, and this is when a point I want everyone to think about, it turns out that on many days, there are no available beds at Hartgrove or some of the other hospitals. So what happens to those patients who need that care? They are turning up at ERs and they are being held at the emergency rooms until a bed opens up at a hospital. So there's an urgent need, as I said earlier. And by the way, those patients who are being held at the emergency rooms, many of them, as I've indicated, are Medicaid patients, and we all know Medicaid ERs cost more than hospital care. And finally, it's important, I think, to remember that a number of the patients that we're seeing are foster children. So it's important that we get these facilities online as quickly as we can. So we propose to purchase this strip of land from the city. We on the next one there? Yeah. And we're going to construct this expansion of the hospital. As part of our proposal, we've applied for an amendment to the Institutional Plan Development 933. What we're actually doing is rezoning the property to a different underlying zoning use and then putting the combined properties together into an expanded and amended existing PD. Where somebody might ask, why are you doing the underlying rezonings? Because we don't want to have two separate properties in one PD with different zoning classifications. So we put them both into a C22. That was a recommendation by the planning staff, and it was a good one, I think. That's not to say they weren't all good. They were all good. I'm just pointing out that was particularly good. Expansion will significantly improve existing hospital operations, allow us to serve 65 more patients per day, and UHS will continue its existing programs in the proposed expansion. Important to note that Alderman Talaferro has expressed his support for the project. This matter was heard by local communities a couple of years ago, and Alderman felt it was so strongly supported at that time, he didn't need to do a redo of that community meeting. So we have his full support for this. You can go to the next one there. This again is a context map showing different uses in the communities. You see the property is surrounded by manufacturing uses. So the nearest adjacent residential property is all the way over on the other side of the property, on the other side, frankly, of the self-storage facility. Go to the next one. And then we should run you through just quickly some of the different aerial views. The long structure with the green roof on it there is the new addition. Right behind that, up to the right there, is where we're adding additional to the existing property. The existing property line runs between these two properties, as you can see from that earlier slide. And then if you look at that curved line that is in this drawing over there on the left-hand side of the site, that's where the old railroad spur tracks used to be. And that's why this property has such an odd shape. And somehow the city got the property from the railroad years ago. And in fact, there are still railroad spur lines encumbering the property, which we're in the process of getting those released by the railroad, which has agreed to release them. You have an aerial view of the property from the southeast, so that if you're on the south and the east side, looking that direction, you can see how the property lays out. Main receiving is back in this main receiving area back there at the back of the U, if you want to think of it that way. Aerial view from the northwest, again, showing the addition. Here you can, this is a good site to see because you see the green space and all the landscape. Landscaping is even better shown in the next picture. A lot of effort's gone into improving the landscape plan and full compliance with the city's landscape ordinance requirements. Renderings from Roosevelt Road. This is a pedestrian context. Next one, please. Pedestrian context from Roosevelt Road and 57th Court. So if you're standing in Cicero looking north, this is what you see. I want you to look for a second at that little swath of green land between that white fence and the hospital itself. I want to talk about that in a second. That's the site. This is a pedestrian context, and we have a representative pedestrian in the picture for you. And this is the one I want you to look at. This site, this to me emphasizes poignantly, I think, the importance of getting this site clean. This site is not fenced off. It's contaminated. Kids can be playing in on that grass. Pets can be walking on that grass. We need to get this cleaned up. This project will do that for you and return the project to its, turn the property to its to the city tax rolls. Again, here's another pedestrian context. You're looking southwest in this picture. And then finally, Roosevelt Road and Waller, if you're looking to the northwest there. But again, a lot of shading from the trees and so forth. So we've tried hard to give you quality landscaping. And in addition, met all the city's requirements in the planning process for stormwater maintenance, transit-related development, landscape, as I mentioned. Because we are buying the property from the city, let me also mention that this will be a subject of a redevelopment agreement to be approved by the Community Development Commission. That happened last week, unanimous approval by the commission. And because of that, we'll be under a redevelopment agreement, and that redevelopment agreement will require all the things that the city typically requires when you're buying land from the city, including MBEWE set-asides, city hiring requirements, and all the other important aspects that you would typically expect. I'd like to turn it over now to my colleague, Mr. Braden Lord, who will walk you through quickly through some of the details of the planning. We also have available today, and I probably should have said this at the outset, we have available with us today 3 representatives. First, we have Mark Spies, who is our architectural representative. We have Ms. Trudy Bueller, who is with our engineering firm. And we have Mr. Lawan Robinson, who is a director of performance impairment and risk management at the hospital itself, should you have any questions about the hospital or any of its operations. So, Braden. Thank you.
You can go to the next slide. Thank you, Tony, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. As Tony mentioned, my name is Braden Lord. I'm also an attorney with the law firm of Taft, Tinius, and Hollister, and I'm going to run us through a few key project timeline and development plan details with the time we have left. Although I will first mention that in terms of published planning-related documents, this property is part of the Austin community area and is specifically encompassed in a 2018 LISC quality of life plan that was published for the Austin community. And the project naturally supports some of the goals set forth in the LISC quality of life plan, including goals related to economic development, community investment, and a specific stated goal related to expanding mental health services. Go to the next slide. This slide to further orient you one last time to this complicated site is a side-by-side of the existing and proposed site plans. We'll go through more detailed versions, but the rectangular parcel in white outlined in red is what I'll refer to as the UHS parcel. It's the parcel currently owned by the UHS organization, and it doubles as the boundaries of existing institutional plan development 933. The what we often call the Coke bottle shaped parcel outlined in yellow is the city-owned property at 5736 West Roosevelt Road, and that's the property that UHS proposes to acquire and rezone by incorporating into an amended version of institutional plan development 933. You can see a bit here that the main components of the proposed hospital expansion, which consists of a new building addition on the city parcel on the left, and then be a little clearer on further slides, proposed building addition attached to the north side of the existing hospital building, and then various parking and pedestrian improvements. You can go to the next slide. to briefly address the project timeline and feedback that we got through our outreach and review process. Our collaboration with DPD for this project dates all the way back to September of 2022. That was our initial intake meeting with DPD. We've been in contact with Alderman Taliaferro's office throughout the process, but specifically met with him on November 8th, 2023. And received a letter of support from the Alderman's office on February 9th, 2024. We've gone through a number of very helpful iterations on the plans with DPD, two significant sets of revisions that were pursuant to comment letters in February and March of this year. The PD amendment application itself was formally filed on March 6th of this year. And as Tony mentioned, we received the necessary departmental approvals between March and April of this year. Some of the major design improvements that were made as a result of the review and feedback process that we've gone through include, and we'll show this on some future slides, the addition of an ADA accessible pedestrian path directly from Roosevelt Road to the main entrance of the existing hospital building, the addition of on-site bicycle parking on the UHS parcel, enhancements to the exterior building materials and facade design of the proposed additions, and then various enhanced and improved landscaping, including very notably an expansion and improvement of the stormwater management basin on the north end of the site. You can go to the next slide. The next two slides are closer up versions of the proposed site plans that highlight some of the major components. So the city parcel, which is shaded in gray here, you can see the proposed building addition, sometimes referred to as phase 1. That's an approximately 18,367 square foot addition that will consist of additional patient rooms, group therapy rooms, and other administrative spaces. A 21 space addition to the parking lot on this, which is the south end of the site. And then 2 outdoor activity yards connected by on-site pedestrian paths. Then on the UHS parcel in white, you can see the new pedestrian path that is proposed to connect Roosevelt Road directly to the hospital entrance, which will significantly reduce pedestrian walk time from the west and the south in many cases, as well as a new ambulance drop-off location, which you can see just near the boundary between the city parcel and the UHS parcel. You can also see, last but not least, the proposed building addition on the UHS parcel. So that's the L-shaped structure. It's an approximately 4,410 square foot addition that will consist predominantly of 7 new group therapy rooms. You can go to the next slide. This is the north half of the site plan. Here you can see the expanded stormwater management basin. It's an expansion of an existing basin on the UHS parcel. Then on the city parcel, you can see the top of the proposed building addition we're referring to as phase 1. Go to the next slide. Just to bang you over the head with it one more time, here's one more site plan view with gray shading for what's being added to the site as opposed to what's white, which are the existing improvements. You can see the phase 1 addition on the city parcel, the phase 2 addition on the UHS parcel, the ambulance drop-off area, the parking addition, and the bike parking on the east side of the UHS parcel along Waller Avenue. Go to the next. Next couple of slides, we don't need to really go into detail on. They highlight the parking, site access, and transportation components of the proposed hospital expansion. The highlights here are the Pace bus station at the corner of South Waller Avenue and West Roosevelt Road. It provides good transit access to the site. And then the 2 existing access drives to the hospital, which will remain unchanged. One, you can see that both are from Waller Avenue. One is to the south parking lot, and then one is to the north parking lot. This is the north half of that transit view. You can actually skip right past this. The next two slides here are the floor plans for the proposed expansion. On the left is the southern half of that Phase 1 addition. Consists of 24 new new patient rooms, constituting 48 new patient beds in total. Number of group therapy and activity rooms, and administrative space that will streamline and improve hospital operations. Then on the right, you have the existing hospital. Go to the next slide. The north side of which here gives you a better view of, in lighter gray, the Phase 2 addition with its 7 new group therapy rooms. Go to the next slide. We have the landscape plans on the next two slides, which we don't need to go through in detail, but the highlights include 76 new and replacement trees on the site, including an additional row of parkway trees, or I'm sorry, exterior trees along Roosevelt Road, and approximately 528 new and replacement shrubs throughout the site. Go to the next page. In response to some helpful feedback from DPD, a roof plan was incorporated to the Phase 1 building addition. As you can see here, it will provide approximately 11,080 square feet of additional green roof coverage. The next floor slides are the elevations for the proposed expansion. We show them alongside the existing hospital building for context. The existing hospital building is the 3-story structure. It measures approximately 45 feet, 10 inches in height. And then the additions are the single-story expansions here you can see from the south, which are 1 story and approximately 14 feet, 5 inches in height. The design of the exterior and the buildings for the exterior of the additions were chosen and consist of a combination of decorative stone masonry and traditional face brick in textures, patterns, and colors that mimic or are designed to sort of seamlessly match the first floor of the existing hospital building. So this is the view from the south. Go to the next page. This is the east elevation with the white being used to drown out a self-storage building on the parcel directly west of the development site. Go to the next. This is the north elevation, and one more. And the west elevation, yet again. Thank you. From a sustainable development perspective, UHS has committed to promoting sustainable development principles in the design of the proposed hospital expansion. That includes sustainability features that are chosen to achieve the required 50 points under the sustainable development policy. Those include the building additions being designed to earn the Energy Star, incorporating green roofing, covering 50 to 100% of the proposed expansion, and incorporating indoor water use infrastructure that will reduce use by 25% or more. In addition to those features, the proposed expansion will feature energy efficient infrastructure, LED lighting, the reconstructed and improved stormwater management basin, and of course, has been mentioned, the remediation of the contaminated city parcel pursuant to an IEPA site remediation program plan. The project was reviewed in accordance with the stormwater management ordinance and approved in November of 2023. I'll direct any specific questions on that to our project engineer, Trudy Bueller. And with that, I'll hand things back to Tony and Raquel.
Just to wrap up, we've mentioned most of these points. I believe the community benefits are clear with the 48 new behavioral beds, the remediation of the contaminated site, substantially enhanced landscaping, enhanced stormwater management for the whole project. We will be creating 60 to 80 construction jobs, it's estimated, and that should generate somewhere in a range of 120 new permanent jobs in this important healthcare area. And then just a couple of project facts. This project will probably end up costing north of $20 million. The environmental remediation is still under study. We're doing continuing testing there to see what the extent of that. And so we have a preliminary budget for that, which, by the way, is greatly in excess of what the valuation of the property is under the city appraisal process. So we're coming substantially out of pocket with the project budget to complete the remediation. So unless there are specific questions for our specific experts, I would turn it back over to Ms. Vega for her recommendation.
Again, for the record, Raquel Vega from DPD. So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal for the PD amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. It ensures it encourages unified planning and development by integrating the existing building design, promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhoods by remediating and constructing on previously vacant land and creating job opportunities, and promotes transit and pedestrian and bicycle use by adding direct path to the main entry and by providing more bicycle parking, provides safe and ample access for emergency vehicles, and minimizes adverse visual impact of vehicular service areas by increasing trees and other landscaping. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to amend the plan development number 933 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff for the applicant? Okay, Commissioner Boatright?
Yeah, I have one. I noticed on your community benefit slide, you have your 50% city residency and 10% of your city residency are coming from the ward. Can you talk a little bit about your outreach? Are you working with workforce partners? Just curious on how the team will attain the goal of 10%.
My understanding, Commissioner, is that the planning of the actual construction is still in the earliest stages. We've not selected, I believe, a contractor yet for this project. And so we are keenly aware of the requirements in the redevelopment agreement. We can't let ourselves get into default under that. So it'll be heavily paid attention to during the process. But as of right now, we're in the earliest stages. We spent most of our time, frankly, trying to figure out, can we afford to build this building depending on how bad the contamination is? And we brought it this far, and I hope you'll agree that this is a big step if we can get past it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have a question.
Sorry,
Um,
you want to speak to that too? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
For the record, I'm Lauren Robinson from Park Grove. Our business development team director has been there for probably 20+ years working with the community. She works with the SAS agency, which is supported by Illinois Department. We also have relationships with Rush Hospital, with the little company of Mary, PRS referrals. We have a ton of referrals resources that we have in the community. Like I stated, the old site at Park Grove over at in Garfield Park, which is currently Garfield Park, is the same business team that transferred over to the new site. So we have a great relationship with everybody in the Austin community, even with Chicago Police Department. We take police drop-offs for patients that are 17 and under. We're looking into taking police drop-offs for patients that are 18 and older. We take the ED admissions from the south side of Chicago. We also have tentacles all the way out through the suburbs for our school-based services. And we also have Partial Hospital, which will also be at this site as well, for patients that don't meet the inpatient criteria, but they may be in between. So as opposed to going to school, they'll be part of our partial hospitalization. If that helps answer. Okay.
I appreciate the hyper-local focus on the hiring. You don't always see that. And so I was just curious if you have workforce partners from a trade standpoint in mind. But thank you for that
You're welcome.
detail.
Thank you.
I also have a question more in terms of the design. I did see on the site plan that you point to outdoor yards, 2 outdoor yards. if you could speak to what those are used for. Are they used by the patients, by the staff? And I don't think I saw a rendering of what the spaces would look like, but just interested in what the program for that is.
Yeah. Mark, I think that's a question for you.
So,
Yeah.
so again, I'm Mark Spees with Stigwell Architecture. So here's a view that's showing that small outdoor activity yard space on both sides. So it's that, you can see it to the bottom left of the screen. What those are for is they're directly off the unit. So they're for patient care areas, and there's a fence around it from elopement standpoints as well. So it is staffed, but patients are the ones using it, receiving kind of, gives them a chance to go outside, either it's big enough to have group therapy sessions, but also just to kind of hang out and get a break as well. There's also another large, like on this view, that's an existing activity yard that has basketball courts, et cetera.
Great to see that incorporated into the planning. Commissioner Laspada?
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I ask us to go to slide 18? I believe it was showing the pedestrian context.
18. Are these numbered?
There we go. There he is. Okay. So I wanted to speak into this because in the recommendation, point number 3 was that we're supporting this because in part it supports pedestrian mobility, like enhancing transit, pedestrian, and cycling access to this property. What is happening within the footprint of the development absolutely does that. I really appreciate the pedestrian walkway up to the new building, the addition of cycling parking inside. I do want to challenge us, again, this goes back, I hate to harp on this point, but I think I'm probably going to harp on this point for the next 4 years, to make sure that the infrastructure supports what you're trying to do inside. This gentleman does not look like he is having the most favorable pedestrian experience on Roosevelt Road. And I know that we're talking about adding shade trees to expand that. I hope that, again, it's a little nitpicky, but making sure that the trees that we're planting are close enough to the sidewalk that our pedestrians will experience the benefit of them.
Yeah.
When we talk about adding bike parking, both for your staff, for those who are visiting the facility, that's fantastic. But it would currently not be a wise decision to try to bike to your hospital based off of the existing infrastructure. And I hope that changes. And in the interim time between this meeting and when we do the ribbon cutting for this property in the future, I believe we can change that. But we have to make sure that we change it, because right now it would not be a smart choice to try to bike down Roosevelt Road to this development. So I just want to call that out to make sure that we're supporting what you are trying to achieve by what we need to accomplish on the city side.
Yeah, I would say, Commissioner Boatright, that's your department. We would do everything we can, obviously, to support whatever program you guys want to bring forward in that area.
I appreciate, I do not in any way doubt that commitment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay,
Thank
if
you.
not, I know that Alderman Taliaferro was not able to attend, but I believe there's a statement or a letter in support of the project, and it was also stated in the presentation. So if we don't have any more questions or comments, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to institution plan development number 933 submitted by UHS of Hartgrove, Inc., DBA Hartgrove Behavior Health Systems, and UHS of Delaware, Inc., for the property generally located at 5730 West Roosevelt Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Boatright. Do I have a second? Thank you. Second by Commissioner Brumfield. We'll go ahead and roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay, He has stepped away. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Thank you, Commissioner Castañeda.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Escareño is in attendance?
Yes.
Thank you, and it's a yes. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Laspata? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto has left. Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so we still have a few more items to go over. Next item on the agenda today is listed as D8, a proposed amendment to Waterway Business Plan Development 728, submitted by Costco Wholesale Corporation for the property generally located at 2746 North Clybourne Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend Plan Development 728 to expand the boundary to include 2626 North Clybourne Avenue, make landscape improvements, add a 14,120 square foot addition to the warehouse, and add 67 parking spaces. This is item 21047, and this is in the 32nd Ward. Tom Bellino will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tom Bellino with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Costco Wholesale Corporation, is here today to request approval of an amendment to Plan Development 728, which is generally located at 2746 North Clybourne Avenue, which is at the southeast corner of Clybourne and Damon Avenues. The applicant proposes to expand the boundary of the plan development to include 2626 North Clybourne Avenue, acquire and demolish the auto body shop at that address, upgrade and expand the existing fuel facility, provide a new signalized intersection at the development's west entrance at Damon Avenue, demolish 2 retail units, build a new bank branch, expand parking facilities, improve landscaping, upgrade the Riverwalk, and provide additional pedestrian and cyclist lighting and wayfinding. The site is located in the North Region and in the Lincoln Park community area, in the 32nd Ward. It's in the Lincoln Park community area, but in the northwest corner of the community area, which is characterized by mixed density residential, large scale commercial, and light manufacturing uses. At this point, I'll turn it over to Larry Jurczyk from the development team. Sorry, first Brendan Penny from the development team to go over some more details.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name, for the record, is Brendan Penny from the law offices of Meltzer, Pertil, and Stell. My office is located at 125 South Wacker Drive. We are zoning counsel on behalf of the applicant, Costco Wholesale Corporation. Again, as Mr. Bellino just went through, the request that is before you this afternoon is a request to amend the existing waterway business Plan Development 728 to expand the boundary of that plan development to include the parcel that is immediately adjacent to the southeast and rezone that to the PD 728 zoning designation. Before I hand over the reins to Larry Jurczyk, who will walk you through the plans of the proposals for this site, I'd like to just briefly introduce the members of our team who are here today in case you have any questions or concerns. First, as I said, Larry Jurczyk is here on behalf of J&L Design Group. He's also part of the Costco Real Estate team, and he will be handling the lion's share of the proposal here in the presentation for you today. Then we have Risa Yuki, who is here on behalf of NG2 Architects, who is here to answer any questions, concerns you have about the architecture. Peter Reinhofer will be available for any questions you have about the improvements to the right-of-way along Damon Avenue and the traffic, any traffic questions you have related to either the fuel improvements or the right-of-way improvements. Amanda Maccabee is here, and she will walk through the proposed improvements to the landscaping for the site and answer any questions you have related thereto. And we also have John Krisoff and Tim Messick here on behalf of the architect partnerships to discuss the proposal for the new construction for the Chase Bank building on the northern corner of the planned development parcel. So with that, I will turn it over to Larry, and he will walk you through the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. We do have one Costco representative tonight, or this afternoon, Kayleen Burnett. She's at my left-hand side, so we're very excited for Kayleen to be here from Washington. Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission, my name is Larry Jurczyk. I'm a Costco real estate advisor working on behalf of Costco today. We have a rather large presentation before you this afternoon. And so I'm going to quickly go through a couple slides to move the presentation along. Let's start with the property location. This is the aerial photograph. I think most of you know where the Costco warehouse is located in the Lincoln Park area, between Clybourne and Damon Avenue. And of course, West Diversey Parkway is to the north. The Costco wholesale building's at the southwest corner. Brendan had mentioned and Tom had mentioned an auto body parcel that we're currently under contract to purchase for Costco. That's at the southeast corner, identified as auto body. We do have a fuel station on the property, and then we have some out parcels, some retail buildings on the north side, which I'll get into a little bit further about what our plans are for those buildings. This is our area land use map. As you can see, the majority of the properties in terms of land use is commercial in red. We do have Lathrop Homes to the west of us, west of Damon. That's, of course, public housing. We do have some single-family housing along Diversey to the east side. And then we have ComEd Diversey Substation directly across on Clybourne. Zoning map, we do have two current zoning districts. Right now, we have, of course, our PD 728 zoning district. And the property that we are going to be purchasing and adding to the PD is zoned M2-3. And again, that's at the southeast corner, shaded in blue. So this project has been in the works for a number of years, probably 2.5 years. And as a result of planning with DPD and our association and conversations with Alderman Wagaspak's office and with local neighbors, this is our project history. And I just wanted to point out a couple key points here. We had our initial intake meeting back in March of 2022. We introduced the PD amendment to the City Council in 2022. We've met with Alderman Wagaspak's office on numerous occasions. The site plan was actually crafted by a lot of his comments and his input. We've met with the River Ecology and Governance Task Force, and of course, internal reviews and approvals by Ron Day, Andrew Billing for stormwater, MOPD, Chicago Fire Department, and CDOT. We have received approvals from those various departments. One thing I do want to mention is community outreach. As I mentioned, we have been working with Alderman Wagaspak's office for the last couple of years on the planning. And we have been in discussions with Lathrop Homes. In fact, our site plan was actually crafted on a request by Lathrop Homes in terms of where our access is currently at on Damon. So we'll get into that here in a little bit. And we've also been talking with Riverbend Lofts, which is there's two loft buildings directly south of the property. There's a 4-story loft building and a 2-story loft building. We've been working with their HOA on just plans for scheduling when we tear down the C&W auto body, what's going there, and just basically working with the plans. So we've been keeping them posted and updated on our plans, and they are, I believe, in support of our application. There seems like there's a lot of different components and aspects of this PD amendment, and there are, but I thought we should just kind of go through bullet point line item by line item. So we are expanding the PD boundary to include that small 0.72 acre parcel, the C&W auto body parcel. We are going to upgrade and expand the fuel facility. We are going to provide a new signal at our new Damon Avenue entrance. And that includes bike lanes, pedestrian crosswalks, and new turn lanes on Damon. We're improving the internal Costco site circulation. We're improving pedestrian connections on Damon and Clybourne, not only into the development itself, but also directional signage to the Riverwalk, which is currently not there today. We're providing additional parking for our Costco members and for our retail tenants. We're maintaining some of the existing retail tenants. There's 4 tenants there today, and we're going to retain 3. Chase Bank is a tenant, Ulta Beauty is a tenant, and Sports Clips is a tenant. So all 3 of those tenants will remain after our final phase is complete. And I'll get into where Chase is being relocated. We're providing a new pocket park. We're describing this as a pocket park off of Clybourne. When we tear down one of the retail buildings, we're replacing it with park space. We've been in discussions with a local artist to provide a sculptural element in the park. We have landscaping and Riverwalk improvements, and we're expanding the south end of our retail building, our existing Costco warehouse building. And the alderman has asked us to look at lighting throughout the property. There are a couple darker areas along Damon, so we're going to improve the lighting as well. Next slide. This is a site plan of the existing conditions. You can see the Costco wholesale building on the north end. North is to your right on this site plan. You can see at what we're calling the nose, where the intersections come together, Damon and Clybourne. That's a 14,000 square foot building that's currently vacant, and it has been vacant for quite some time. Chase Bank and Ulta Beauty and Sports Clips are in the buildings adjacent to Clybourne. You can see where the existing gas is to the south there, and then parking basically around the main building. Next slide. So this was our original proposal. This proposal we discussed with DPD and the Alderman's office. You could see in blue, our first proposal was to remove all that retail along Clybourne Avenue and keep the 14,000 square foot building. But as we spoke to our tenants and their desire to remain on the property, we changed our plans to the following plan. So this was sort of a intermittent site plan that we presented to the Alderman and DPD, where we would relocate Chase Bank to the north end, tear down that 14,000 square foot building, and Ulta Beauty and Sports Clip would remain on Clybourne and that southern retail building. This plan had a drive-through ATM, which the Alderman was not in favor of. So we actually removed the drive-through ATM and replaced it with a park. Next slide. So this is our proposed site plan. Excuse me. We'll start with the signalized intersection on Damon. So we're actually sliding the entrance to the north to align with Lathrop Homes' proposed entrance across the street. And in doing so, we reconfigured our parking completely on the Costco site. And it basically gave us an opportunity to provide a little S-curve through the interior of the site, which will slow down traffic. There is some cut-through traffic today going from Clybourne to Damon and vice versa. As right now, we only have right-in, right-outs on both of those access points. So now we'll be providing a signalized intersection with improved bike lanes, turning lanes, and crosswalks, so somebody from Lathrop Homes can get to Costco. As I mentioned, we have a 3,900 square foot proposed bank at the north end, parking to support it, the pocket park. Ulta Beauty will remain in that building. The expansion of the gas facility, we have 6 pumps there today. We're going to add 5 more, and that's going to expedite and process vehicles faster and get that queue lane moving quicker. As I don't know if anybody shops there, but on a Saturday and Sunday, the queues are pretty lengthy. So this is going to process that, those members, and get through those lanes or those lines quicker. We are proposing EV chargers to the south. We're proposing 6 individual EV chargers, level 3 fast chargers. So we're very excited. Costco teams up with Electrify America throughout the country. We have a JV partnership with them, so they'll be installing the infrastructure and we'll be maintaining those EV chargers. That's something that the Costco members have asked for quite some time, and we're going to provide those EV chargers, and that goes towards some of our sustainability policy for the development, which I'll get into. To the south end, that is our new additional parking lot. It's approximately 67 new parking spaces. That's for the building, the C&W Auto Body parcel. That parcel is currently under contract by Costco, and that is a piece of property about 0.72 acres that will rezone and add to our PD amendment zoning boundary. This plan you could also see to the south end of the existing Costco warehouse, about 14,000 square feet of additional space to the south end. That's in the grayscale there. And in doing so, our loading docks move to the south. And then we reorganize our parking here to make the loading docks work. And then we'll get into the Riverwalk in a little bit further. Why don't we go to our phase site plan? So in terms of phasing, what you see in green is what we're considering phase one for the development. That would include the demolition of the two existing retail buildings, the creation of the Pocket Park, the Chase Bank construction, the reconfiguration of the parking, the signalized intersection. That would ultimately be going on at the same time for construction. The fuel and gas, we're proposing to get that work done this year. So that expansion is basically a high priority item for us. So we'd like to get started with the gas expansion this year. And then second phase is in red, the additional parking when we tear down the auto body, that would be phase two. And then phase three would be the Costco wholesale addition, which could be 2 to 3 years down the road from today. The Riverwalk improvements are in green. That would be associated with the phase one improvements. So that Riverwalk would be improved at the same time we would be starting the signalize in the north work. I won't go through all the site data, but I think a couple key points that we could hit here is that existing parking, we have 703 parking spaces on the entire property, and we're adding a net gain of 67 parking spaces for a total of 770 parking spaces for the property, and that includes 6 EV stalls. So the next couple of slides I'd like to move through pretty quickly here so we could get rolling with this presentation. The expansion of the gas, you can see that we're adding 5 new parking spaces, or fuel pumps, and we're going to expand the canopy. So the new fuel pumps, of course, will be underneath the canopy. And then you could see to the south, we have 6 new EV chargers on the south. The architecture will basically mirror and mimic what's there today. We're not proposing anything different. The same type of metal roof and siding and the masonry columns are going to match what's there today. This was a detail of the signalized intersection. Peter is here to answer questions after my presentation. If there are any other detailed questions about how the signal will work, we have bike lanes, we have crosswalks. That's all been accommodated. We've worked with CDOT for a number of months now on the design and on how this layout works with the turning lanes, and they are supportive of this design. This was a existing picture of what's there today, of the right in, right out. A lot of Costco members make an illegal left turn out of here, and the signal is going to prevent some of those unsafe traffic movements. Our civil consultant from V3 is here to answer questions about stormwater. I won't really touch on the stormwater, but we are proposing underground detention in the parking lots. And we've worked with the stormwater group from the city, and they're in agreement with our stormwater plan. As I mentioned to you, that we're expanding the warehouse by 14,000 plus or minus square feet to the south end. The loading docks gets moved to the south, and this is some of the some additional sales space and some additional cooler space, freezer space. And it's basically a benefit for our Costco members. And some of the back of the house electrical rooms, I believe, mechanical rooms get larger. And Risa from our MG2 Architects is here. She could get into a little bit more detail if there's questions about the expansion of the warehouse. So let's skip through a couple of these slides. In terms of architecture with the warehouse, it's basically an extension of what's there today. with the materials, the colors. We're basically expanding it, as I said, about 91 feet south. And this would involve a new Costco sign as well. We prepared a couple quick renderings of what that addition would look like. Where it says retail, of course, would be the Costco logo. Here's a view from the Riverwalk looking back at the loading area. We are proposing a screen wall and landscaping to buffer and screen the loading area. Here's another view looking in the northeasterly direction from the Riverwalk. So I talked a little bit about the retail site on the north end. Let's go to the existing picture. Next slide. So this is what the existing retail looks like. Where it says Chase and Zales and Nail Spot. Zales is no longer there. That part of the building would be torn down, and that is where our Pocket Park would be. And Chase would relocate to the north end of the site. And the Ulta Beauty property, next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Here's a nice rendering of what the Ulta Beauty retail will look like adjacent to the Pocket Park. And we're screening that loading dock with a nice tall masonry wall with landscape plantings. Here's another view of the retail of the Ulta Beauty. In terms of sustainability, our development policy, we're looking at 135 points total. We're diverting 80% of construction waste. We're installing the 6 EV level fast chargers. Landscaping will be all native. Retail buildings will comply with the basic bird protection guidelines, and the Chase Bank has committed to a LEED silver status. I won't get into detail with the EV chargers, but this is typically what they will look like. We have some landscape sustainability points. As I mentioned, 60% will be native to Northern Illinois. We're providing some larger tree pits for root growth. And some greater soil volumes, almost 300 cubic feet of soil volume, achieving 10 sustainability points. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda. She'll walk through our landscape plan and our Riverwalk plans.
Thanks, Larry. I'm Amanda Maccabee. Thank you for having us. I'm the landscape architect on this project with Kimley Horn. And we have the overall landscape plan up right now. I'm just going to hit a few points and then try to move through the slides pretty quick. As Larry mentioned, we're going to provide Riverwalk directional signage. So you'll see that note on Damon. That's one of the locations with the proposed pedestrian connection. Along Damon, we're keeping most of the existing landscaping there. So it'll have a nice mature look already. And then moving along Clybourne, some things I just want to point out, the Riverwalk directional signage on Wolcott and Clybourne will be there on the corner. And then we are continuing the nice ornamental fencing and masonry piers throughout the site improvement areas. I think that's it for the overall plan. We can keep going. As I was saying, we have a dense existing hedge. So this is the view along Clybourne. And then the view of the ornamental fence and masonry piers that I was talking about, that we're going to keep consistent throughout the site. And then the next photo, and then this is existing interior landscape, a lot of really nice mature landscaping on site, which we hope to keep most of. And then anything new will mature to be looking like this in the future. The landscape compliance table, we are meeting all requirements. I'm not going to read through each item. You can go to the next. Okay, and then this is our color landscape plan. The trees in light green are our existing, and the dark green are the proposed trees. You can kind of tell. And then I'm going to dive into each area in particular. We have renderings and some plan views of those. So existing entrance, this is at the corner of Damon and Clybourne. A lot of pavement currently. So the next slide, we are definitely enhancing that. We are creating a plaza space with angular planting areas that frame the building entrance, adding seasonally interesting plants to enhance, this area for pedestrians and from vehicular view as well. And I think we have a rendering on the next slide. As you can see, symmetrical plantings, canopy trees added, just adds a lot of nice visual appeal to this corner. Okay, the next area, moving down Clybourne, is the existing retail plaza. Currently just kind of serves the retail clients. You can move to the next. This is where our Pocket Park landscape area is proposed. The landscape will have seasonal interest. Again, it'll have screening from the parking areas. Internally in the plaza Pocket Park space, there will be seating. And as Larry was saying, we'll have an art feature prominent in the space that you can see from Clybourne, which we think is important just to pull people into the space. There's a lot of entrances and exits as well. So we think the public will really use this site, not just the retail community like the previous one. And then we have some renderings. This is a view of the, just looking in the center of the Pocket Park. This is the view of the park from Clybourne. You can see, like I've been saying, the ornamental fence and masonry piers are continued, which really just makes the whole site cohesive and looks really nice. And then the art piece view you can see from Clybourne. Another rendering, this is looking from the Costco parking lot. This next view is of the auto body shop currently. It's right up against the sidewalk. And then the next slide is our rendering. Our perimeter landscape actually is greater than the minimum of 7 feet in this area. So we gain a little bit of space for those perimeter plantings, which will be really nice for pedestrians to walk along Clybourne. We have shade trees in that area. And then we are mimicking the brick wall that's across the street. You can see in red the mimicked shape. And then I also want to point out, this is where we'll have that Riverwalk directional signage. Next. Okay, moving into the Riverwalk. These are current images of the Riverwalk. We're basically giving this whole area a refresh. We're repairing the fence, repairing site furnishing, adding site furnishing. We're taking in recommendations from the River Task Force and using the river guidelines to implement changes. Some things in particular being dark sky compliant fixtures, a maintenance plan, which was really important to ensure we're cleaning up any invasive species, and then implementing native plantings all on this area. We're working on creating a high value habitat for animals, plants, and space for the public to use. And then this is our overall just view of our plan. We're adding canopy trees, like I was saying before, native landscaping. And this just shows where some of those amenities will be, like our existing overlook. We're adding a picnic table, yeah, and things like that. And then just some images. You can go through quickly. I think that, yeah, turn it back over to you, Larry. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. I'd like to conclude with just a quick presentation on Chase's architecture and site plan. So the Chase building, Amanda, why don't you go back to the site plan? There we are. So as Amanda discussed about how the building's been designed to be viewed on all 4 sides. I mean, it's really it's a great looking building, and we are providing access in front of the building versus today where there's actually no front door to that retail building. I think that was part of the problem why we can't lease that building, among some other issues. But this Chase Bank is really, it's situated and sited quite nicely on this nose. It's not easy to site a building on this corner, but there's plenty of pedestrian access from Clybourne, Damon, from the coffee shop across the street, as well as parking on the south side of the building. Let's go to the next. I won't get into the floor plan. Chase representatives are here, the architect and director of real estate are here, so they could answer questions about the specifics of the floor plan. And they could get more into the architectural, but these are some images of what the building masses look like and the materials. Next slide. And then some renderings. You've seen this rendering. This is the front of the building, north side. This is another angle looking from Damon back in the southeasterly direction. This is the view on Damon looking kind of east in the easterly direction. This is a little bit further down on Damon. And some interior views as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom to conclude with his recommendations.
Again, Tom Bellino, for the record, Tom Bellino from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed additional use would be appropriate because the proposed amendment promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods, as evidenced by the design of the project and the fact that the proposed amendment and the proposed uses are in context with the character of the adjacent properties and will meet the needs of the immediate community while continuing to attract citywide and regional customers. Additionally, per city code, the proposed development is compatible with surrounding residential and commercial developments in terms of land use, as well as the density and scale of the physical structures. The public infrastructure facilities and city services will be adequate to serve the proposed development at the time of occupancy, and the project will comply with the requirements for access in case of fire and other emergencies. Copies of this application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no comments have been received which have not been addressed in the application. Additionally, the proposed amendment has the support of 32nd Ward Alderman Wagaspack. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to amend Plan Development 728 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Laspada?
Ever so briefly and favorably, it's great. Like, I really appreciate all of the care that goes into the pedestrian outlay there. I really love the new traffic signal across the street on Damon. Amanda in particular, that's a great landscaping plan. It's just really thoughtful and cohesive. Usually people say pocket park, like, is that really a place to spend time? Really feels like a place that you're going to want to spend time. It feels very welcoming. I feel like the only slightly facetious question would be, how should constituents anticipate the redevelopment will impact the price of Costco hot dogs? Staying flat, inflation increase?
Seeing some nodding in the affirmative.
Oh, there we go. Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you. I do want to go on the record saying that I'm very impressed for the 135 points on the sustainability policy, because we do not have, teams go above and beyond that often by choice. And that is what we need to see more of, because you can do it and it's good for everybody. So thank you for doing that. I hope that inspires more teams to do it. Also, the Riverwalk improvements, great. That's going to be used by many, many people. And also, I shop at the store, so all the improvements are great just for a personal use. So thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Commissioner Escareno?
Yes, just wondering if you can show on the diagram the access from the general public into the actual Riverwalk, because I do know that there's going to be fencing, and so understanding that it's beautiful, by the way, but also this kind of a development is so essential to being part of the overall community. So access from the community into the space, I think, is really important. that they also get to enjoy the beautification. So if we can just like look at the access points. And then the second thing, can you just show a little bit more on your fueling facility elevations? And I know that there is like traffic log and jams right in there. How does the new changes really address that? And then just the third and final point, does this, and I appreciate the signal that's going on the Damon side, but I do know that there is just a lot of traffic. Does this address the overall traffic in that intersection, specifically coming from, is that Elston or is that Clybourne? Clybourne and Damon, so on the Clybourne side as well.
Talk about the Riverwalk.
Let's take a look at the site plan, maybe the overall site plan, Amanda, that indicates the, and I'll point out the access points from Damon and Clybourne. So currently, yeah, I think I actually could point it out, my laser pointer here.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, you got one, Tom? Okay. So right now, there is a sidewalk access off of Clybourne. Let's see, make sure I get my bearings. Yeah, it's right here. And there is a sidewalk that goes down around like this to the Riverwalk on this side. So that will remain. That sidewalk will remain, but it will be signed now with directional signage, Riverwalk this way. Right now, there's no signage. So we're adding signage. On Damon, we're providing a cutout in the fence that's currently there.
Perfect. I think that's
right-
fenced in right in there and that there is really no access. So you're creating an additional access point into that space.
That's right. That's
Great.
right.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
And so in terms of traffic, I know you had a question about traffic. I think, Peter, would you like to address some of the issue with the signal?
Good afternoon, Peter Reinhofer with B3 Companies. We looked at the traffic flow around the site. Currently the driveway that's along Damon is a right-in, right-out only driveway. Our observations show that there are a number of vehicles that are currently making illegal left turns in, the southbound left turn into the site, and a whole bunch of vehicles making the westbound to southbound left turn out of the Costco. The new signal will be able to divert some of the traffic from the Clybourne corridor. So that now more people traveling south along Damon to the north of the site will be able to turn left into the site at Damon, taking away traffic from the Clybourne that's probably coming down Damon and turning left onto Clybourne and coming up at Clybourne. Additionally, allowing the left turns out to go south on Damon will relieve some of the stress up from the existing signal and the right in, right out driveway on Clybourne, diverting some of that traffic over to the Damon signal. So hopefully the overall center having a signal on Damon, a signal on Clybourne, and a right in, right out on Clybourne will kind of flow a lot smoother since there's equal access on both sides of the site.
So just more generally, that entire area, it's just full of traffic. You believe that these changes are going to make it flow easier, really unload some of the jams that exist all the time through some of these changes?
Yes, it will definitely help. Did you want to talk about the traffic for the gas station? Would that kind of cover everything for the?
That's fine. And I think we do need to just generally, this is just a real, and maybe it goes beyond the development, is really about just general traffic flow. That entire area, it just seems to be quite heavy all the time.
It is, yes, we agree.
In terms of your question about the fuel station and the canopy, I'll let Risa, our architect, talk more about the expansion and what that looks like.
Thank you.
You get to that slide.
Good afternoon. My name is Risa Yuki. I'm with MG2 here to talk about the architecture, the field facility. So, yeah, that one. So the concept here, I mean, the existing station has a fascia with a mansard roof on it with masonry columns. And with the expansion being in the L shape, we're going to, oh, sorry, pardon me.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
We're going to replace the canopy and then make it so that the new expansion is all cohesive with the existing portion. So.
And I think the question was specifically around, I think it's about traffic flow too,
Okay,
right?
okay,
And
yeah.
so you believe that by adding these additional stations, the flow of cars, vehicles that are parked and waiting
Yes, will improve, yes. So currently you've got the 6 dispensers, you've got, cars stacked up waiting, queuing while the 12 cars are fueling. This will give the opportunity so that additional cars can be fueling all at the same time. And so then pushing, making your traffic through the gas station flow faster. At the same time, we're going to implement a red light, green light system on the station so that as you're within the queue, you can see, which pumps are open and or not available. And so that you can queue in a more cohesive manner. So, yes.
And just generally, I mean, I remember when Costco actually first came to Chicago, and so seeing it grow and seeing what a busy intersection this has become and really part of the bigger community, it's just great to see that you're integrating even more broadly into the community, and certainly appreciate, since I oversee the park district, the Pocket Park and all the greenery that's there. And I think just having it be a facility that is really integrating with the overall community would be the goal. So I know that there's a lot of fencing, but really welcoming the community through these different access points. I think it's really essential as we develop these or, expand and grow Costco. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Carney?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to recognize and thank the applicants and their team for their work on the traffic signal with our team at CDOT, and just elevate that is going to be a very positive addition to the Damon and that corridor for safety and improved flow of traffic. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Okay. So Alderman Wagensbeck is not here, but I do believe he's in support of the proposal. You have a
he
letter from him,
submitted
correct?
a letter of support, yes.
Thank you for confirming. So if there are no more questions or comments from the commissioners, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Let me just read. We're all eager. We're all eager. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Waterway Business Plan Development 728 submitted by Costco Wholesale Corporation for the property generally located at 2746 North Clybourne Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Castañeda. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Boatright. Roll call vote. Commissioner Carney? Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner La Spata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank
Thank
you
you.
and congratulations. Okay. Yeah, yeah. D2. Next item today is listed as D2, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Norflow Holding Corporation for the property generally located at 3111 East 77th Street. The property is currently zoned POS-1, Parks and Open Space, and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant proposes the construction of a 4,536 square foot outdoor deck at Rainbow Beach Park. The outdoor deck will contain a shade structure and seating space. This is Lakefront item 783, and it's in the 7th Ward. Tom Bellino will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. Oh, I guess it's not Tom.
Lucky,
Sorry.
yes.
It
Good
says Tom.
afternoon. For the record, my name is London Walther, a city planner for the Southeast Region with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm here to introduce a proposed lakefront protection ordinance item in the 7th Ward as served by Alderman Greg Mitchell. The applicant, North Florida Holding Corporation, is requesting the approval of a lakefront protection ordinance application to construct an outdoor beach deck or an outdoor deck at Rainbow Beach Park. Members of the development team are here with me today to present the project. Staff from the Park District are also in attendance. The project is located in the South Shore community area, which has a rich and diverse history. South Shore is a predominantly African-American neighborhood with a population of almost 54,000, making it one of the most densely populated communities on the South Side. South Shore is home to 3 historic districts, the Jackson Park Highlands, which is on the city's registry for historic districts, and the South Shore Bungalow and the Jeffrey Cyril districts, which are the National Registry for Historic Districts. South Shore Center Park, South Shore Cultural Center Park, and Rainbow Beach Park serve as the open space providers for South Shore. Again, the project site is located at Rainbow Beach Park with an address of 3111 East 77th Street. The park is located along the shoreline of Lake Michigan. It is serviced by CTA buses that run along South Shore Drive, as well as the nearby Metro Electric commuter train. Rainbow Beach Park is a 142 acre park zoned as POS-1. Current park amenities include a field house, a beach house, a racquetball building, tennis courts, a basketball courts, baseball fields, concessionaire space, and year-round recreational programming. Larger planning context includes includes the South Shore Quality of Life Plan, which describes the framework, strategies, and resources required to implement and sustain the quality of life envisioned by a large portion of the South Shore community. Now I would like to pass it off to the development team to go over the details of the proposed project.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Matthews. I'm with Onyx Architectural Services. I am a licensed architect in the state of Illinois. And we're contracted to provide the documents, architectural documents for this project. This is a resin composite wood deck, approximately 4,500 square feet, located at the Rainbow Beach, I guess passway or park. It's actually between the parking lot and the concession restroom structure existing out at the park. So it's an ideal location for the deck. And again, as I said, it's the deck itself. Well, we'll get into that. The deck itself is about 4,500 square feet. We are providing a bar location within the deck. It is across from the restrooms and I guess concession stands. And in between the deck, based on what you can see here, there's actually a running bike path for any pedestrians to get access to the deck. And this is basically a rendering of the proposed deck with, so as I said before, it's a resin deck with a bar included in it. All seating will be loose seating. It won't be any fixed seating. And we're providing a canopy above the deck, well, above the bar area. One of the things that we have been in touch with the Mayor's Office for People with Disability to go through a pre-planning meeting and discuss the requirements for MOPD. And they've given us, we've generated meeting minutes, and they've given us a tentative approval for this. And those comments have been or in the they're in the process of being included in the development of the drawings. Yeah, I think we'll skip that. That's getting a little more detail. These are sections of the deck showing the canopy, some of the details and structural details and columns and items. It's a bit more detail, but the whole intent of this is to make sure that it is structurally sound. And we also have been in touch with the Harbor Authority and verifying the harbor requirements for a permit for this structure. More details about the canopy. It's a metal canopy, so it will be, rust resistant. Yep. Okay. Approximate cost of it, is this yours or? Okay.
Again, for the record, London Walther with Department of Planning and Development. Total project cost is estimated to be about $175,000, which will bring lots of new revenue to the park. Creating 20 new temporary construction jobs, and the applicant has confirmed that they will be hiring a minority-owned construction firm as their general contractors for this project. And the project has received approval from the Chicago Park District as well. So again, for as I said, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant, and it has concluded that the proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and the Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance based on the following policies. Policy number 2, the proposal will maintain and enhance the character of the lakeshore parks by providing new recreation space at Rainbow Beach Park. The proposal will preserve the cultural, historical, and recreational heritage of the Lakeshore Park system by enhancing recreational services for visitors and keeping the historic character of Rainbow Beach Park. Policy number 6, the proposal will increase the diversity of recreational opportunities by providing a publicly accessible gathering and event space. Policy number 8, the proposal will increase public safety by encouraging the use of the area during park hours. Policy number 10, the proposal promotes a harmonious relationship between the lakeshore parks and the community edge by maintaining the current public pathways and providing safe access to the lakefront. Policy number 13, the proposal will enhance lakefront character through the improvement of recreational features. The Department of Planning and Development has determined that the policies not enumerated here are not applicable or not the primary objectives of this proposal. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. DPD and representatives of the development team are here to answer any questions. Thank you. Yes, and we have also received a letter of support from Alderman Mitchell, as well as the Park District.
Also have 2 speakers signed up to speak on this item. First speaker is Tanya Trice from South Shore Chamber of Commerce. She's for the proposal. And second speaker is Carlos Maxwell. He's also for the proposal.
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner and the rest of the commissioners. I am here today in full support of Norman's on the Beach at Rainbow Beach. South Shore currently faces an annual revenue leakage exceeding $29 million a year in the food, beverage, and entertainment industry. Norman's on the Beach at Rainbow Beach presents a significant economic opportunity for us to close that gap and seize upon this opportunity. Our community, while rich in beauty and history, lacks ample open and green spaces apart from our beaches and access to the lakefront. However, our beaches have not provided many recreational opportunities for South Shore residents for many years, close to over a decade. The concession stands at 63rd Street, at the Cultural Center, and Rainbow Beach were all closed, leaving a gap in our community's recreational offerings. Over the past 5 years, the city has commendably made equitable investments in beaches on the south side, including 31st Street, 63rd Street, the Cultural Center, and Rainbow Beach. This equitable investment in South Shore beachfronts is a step towards rectifying historical disparities. Norman's Bistro symbolizes our ability to attract established businesses to the South Shore community, which I hope will be a trend that Norman Bolden will set for our community. With roots in Bronzeville, Norman Bistro draws patrons from across the city on a weekly basis. Norman Bolden, the proprietor, is a trusted operator known for delivering first-class food and service while embodying a commitment to his community. I am confident that this stellar reputation and dedication to service will draw new visitors to Rainbow Beach and the South Shore community. Furthermore, it will increase revenue by providing new dining options at Rainbow Beach. It will create new jobs for local residents and attract South Shore residents to a vibrant and inviting Rainbow Beach, complete with amenities such as Norman's Bistro, will serve as a magnet for residents and visitors alike. In addition to the economic benefits, Rainbow Beach offers a plethora of outdoor activities during the summer months, further enriching the experience for residents and visitors, from volleyball courts and picnic areas to swimming and water sports. Rainbow Beach provides a diverse range of recreational opportunities for individuals and families to enjoy. The establishment of Norman's on the beach represents what South Shore hopes to enhance: recreational offerings for our residents. I hope that the Plan Commission will support this, as well as the rest of the South Shore residents and the board members and the members of the South Shore Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Trice. Next, we have Mr. Maxwell.
Good afternoon to the chairperson and to the commission. My name is Carlos Maxwell. I am a small business owner within the city of Chicago, primarily the Bridgeport community, as well as Greater Cook County. I'm also the vice chair for the Bridgeport Chamber of Commerce. And more importantly, I reside within South Shore. I'm a 30-year resident of South Shore, along with my wife and my daughter, Antoinette Maxwell. And I would just like to commend North Florida Holding Corporation, Norman Bolden and his team for such a bold project to place within the Rainbow Beach corridor. It's very exciting for the community, and it's a very friendly community project, one that I look forward to seeing developed. Also, I would like to commend the city of Chicago, the Department of Planning, for your diligence and your support, for such a project, and actually seeing the vision, within the South Shore community, Rainbow Beach, and the potential that this new venue would have, or the positive impact it would have on the community. So, for the sake of time, I just want to say that I am in full support as a 30-year resident in South Shore, and I look forward to seeing this development come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Do we have any comments or questions from the commissioners on this item? Commissioner Brumfield? Or, okay, Commissioner Escareño, representing the Park District?
Yes, I'm not going to be able to vote on this item. I'm going to have to abstain, but I do want to just say that this project represents essentially one of the many things that we at the Park District do. I commend my team for also working on this project. And just for those of you that may not know, we actually operate about 200 small businesses on park grounds. And so for us, it is about expanding equity and opportunity to businesses across the entire city. So this will be an opportunity for concessionaires and for also the residents of the southeast side to really continue to enjoy the many amenities that we at the Park District can offer. So this, to me, is an important opportunity, again, to just continue to expand opportunities, specifically in areas where we traditionally don't see commerce. And if we can use the parks for that, and the beautification of the spaces is really something that we should be very proud of. So thank you to the team, and thank you to everyone here. Thank you to those that came out today as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Commissioner Brumfield?
I just want to thank the Park District as well as Northflow. This is a much needed and much overdue, and also DPD, of course, some much needed and much overdue asset that's coming to South Shore. As someone who lives in Hyde Park, who visits 63rd Street more often than not with my kids, and also bringing people there for entertainment and food and beverage. I know this, as I was just saying to the commissioner, for lack of better words, the spot is going to be popping here. So I think it's great to see this, yet another jewel on a lakefront. And it also is kind of another piece and another excuse for others to discover other parts of the city that have not been visiting this part of the city before. So I just want to commend the team as well as the city agencies. This is just great to see and anxious to see it up and going.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any more hands. So I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item.
Oh, you have to read those?
I was, do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Northflow Holding Corporation for the property generally located at 3111 East 77th Street, finding that it meets the requirement for approval? Commissioner Laspata has a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright, roll call vote on this item. Commissioner Carney? I think we lost him. Okay. Commissioner Brumfield? Thank you. Commissioner Boatright? Thank you. Commissioner Castañeda?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a recusal from Commissioner Escareño on this item. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman? We lost Commissioner Tillman. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have our last two items, which are informational presentations. The first one is listed as E1, an informational presentation on the 2024 update to the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. The SDP requires projects that receive certain types of funding or zoning approvals from the city to include sustainable design elements that help improve energy efficiency, reduce greenhouse emissions, and improve building performance. The 2024 update proposes refinements to several of the current SDP menu strategies, removes obsolete strategies, and adds new strategies and building certifications to respond to changing regulations, priorities, and technologies. The draft SDP update will be made available for a 30-day public comment period on DPD's website beginning on April 15. So it's already up. Brad Roback will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Flores, and thanks to all the commissioners for allowing me to present here today. For the record, my name is Bradley Roback from the Chicago Department of Planning and Development in the Citywide Planning Bureau. I'm here today to provide an informational presentation to the Chicago Plan Commission about an update to the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. The Chicago Sustainable Development Policy is a departmental policy that is administered by the Chicago Department of Planning and Development to promote sustainable building methods and materials involving new construction and renovation projects citywide. It does this through a point-based system where applicants can select from a menu of sustainable development strategies and building certifications that focus on increasing energy efficiency, decreasing greenhouse gas emissions, improving public health, managing stormwater, promoting more efficient transportation, diverting waste, and promoting workforce development and protecting wildlife. The policy applies to projects receiving certain types of zoning approvals and financial assistance from the city, including planned developments, both new and amended, redevelopment agreements, which include more than $1 million in city funding, projects that use the Class L property tax incentive, city-funded affordable housing projects that are multifamily, greater than 5 units, and projects that are subject to the air quality ordinance. The policy does not control use, density, or building code requirements that are otherwise part of the Chicago Municipal Code. The policy does this by establishing minimum numbers of points that developments must achieve that vary based on scope and type of work. The point requirements for various project types in the update are very similar to the previous versions, with the exception that we added some language to address things like building additions and landscape-only projects, things that would relate to park district improvements or CPS improvements, those sorts of things. So the added language is up there. New construction projects are required to achieve 100 points. Substantial renovation projects that include new buildings or, that include new or upgraded building systems, exterior improvements or additions that are greater than 50% of the existing building would require 50 points. Moderate renovations that are smaller in scale require 25 points. And then projects, as I mentioned, without principal buildings, which include construction or modification of outdoor facilities like park, sports fields, landscaped areas, or non-industrial parking lots, would have a threshold of 25 points. The compliance pathways for the policy remain largely unchanged from the current policy and allow for flexibility within the compliance path. The first pathway allows for applicants to select from the entire menu of strategies, which are arranged into 8 thematic categories. Those include bird protection, energy, landscape and green infrastructure, public health and community benefits, stormwater, transportation, waste, and water. The second pathway, again, allows applicants to select from a list of third-party building certification systems like Green Globes, LEED, or Enterprise Green Communities. And then they can select from a abbreviated menu of strategies to make up the remaining points. I'm going to get to these categories and certifications in a bit more detail, but first I wanted to go over the update process and kind of explain a little bit how the policy got to where we're at today. The policy was implemented in 2004 as a green roof policy. However, green roofs were not appropriate or possible in all building situations. So the SDP was later expanded in 2007 through an update to include other compliance options related to energy efficiency, building certification, shading of parking lots, and stormwater management, among others. The most recent update occurred in 2017 and focused on making the policy more of a point-based system to allow for flexibility and compliance. It also expanded the scope of the policy to include things like public health, workforce development, wildlife protection, and other categories to have more impact across the city with redevelopment. So here we are 7 years later, and many things have changed, and we face a lot of new factors pointing to the need for the update of the policy. The updates needed to align with some of the citywide planning initiatives that have happened, such as the citywide plan, the climate action plan, both of which outline the city's commitments to take steps to address climate change and build resiliency in Chicago's neighborhoods. The update is also needed to align with ordinance adopted since the last update, including an ordinance that instructed DPD to increase the weight and importance of bird protection strategies, as well as ordinances that amended parts of the zoning and building code, such as the Chicago Energy Transformation Code and the Air Quality Zoning Ordinance. The policy must adapt to the rapidly evolving technologies in design and construction. And then finally, we also wanted to include input earlier into the process, which had not been done in previous versions. So this included engaging with individuals and organizations that had not previously taken part in some of those discussions. And I'm going to describe that in a little bit of detail here. So over the last 2 years, DPD engaged with over 150 individuals representing multiple different groups. We did that through a series of focus groups, small group discussions, and interviews. Participants in that process included architects, engineers, attorneys, developers, advocates, community organizations, and a host of city agencies. We worked with the Department of Buildings, CDOT, Housing, Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, the Public Health Department, and Department of Environment, as well as some city officials. DPD put out a survey and received over 2,200 responses to that recent survey, which asked how people felt of what was most important with the current policy and sustainability. DPD just released a draft of the updated policy on Monday for public comment, and there's a survey and other methods to provide input, and that'll be open until May 15th. So we received a lot of detailed feedback from the focus groups and interview process. Summaries of that feedback that we received can be found on the DPD website as well. We received general comments about the process and governance of the policy, including tying the policy to specific climate goals and targets noted in the Climate Action Plan and other initiatives. They also mentioned revising the point values to reflect priorities, improving how the city collects and tracks data metrics. And then we also received comments and recommendations to make some of the strategies required, including the strategies for bird protection. And these were considered and discussed with participants during the process. DPD also received several comments about how to modify or remove strategies and many recommendations on adding new strategies to expand the policy's impact across the menu categories. So the next few slides, I just want to kind of go over what's changing and what's remaining the same. And this first slide is more of a high-level overview of that, and I'm going to get into the details in just a minute. What's changing or what remains the same is that the policy remains a point-based system with 2 compliance paths, as we discussed earlier. The process to achieve compliance remains largely the same, where developers, teams, and applicants would have to submit compliance documentation and how they're going to achieve compliance to DPD. The update includes new language on how the policy can be updated over time and how we collect project compliance data. The proposed update added, modified, removed, and reorganized several strategies and building certification systems within the policy itself. It includes strategies designed to help mitigate some of the impacts associated with industrial projects that are subject to the air quality ordinance. And the update also includes a strategy that allows for sustainable innovation and excellence. So a bit more detailed, the proposed update includes more than 20 new strategies that increase the impact of the policy, especially in the energy categories, the landscape and green infrastructure category, and the public health and community benefits category. There are 18 revised strategies whose scope or point values were modified to address things like changing codes and changing technologies. And 6 strategies were removed to eliminate redundant or obsolete or underused strategies. The next several slides highlight the major changes to the strategies within each category, and then there'll be a few about the building certification system and the innovation category. So with regard to bird protection, the proposed update increases the weight and importance of the bird protection strategies that as the DPD was directed in 2020 by ordinance. It increases the points from 5 points for basic to 20 points, which is a substantial increase. It also increases the enhanced bird protection strategy from 10 to 30 points. This definitely addresses the ordinance. This makes these strategies among the highest point values within the category and within the policy itself. And the document also includes guidance that was developed through consultation with several different organizations. And it provides definitions that describe the highest impact areas of buildings. It also includes specific materials and best practice recommendations in the policy. Related to energy, using less energy to operate buildings is a key recommendation and is necessary to meeting our greenhouse gas emissions and targets. We received many comments that highlighted the importance of the SDP strategies related to this. Proposed updates build on the important work of the design and development community in these areas, energy advocates, as well as the work of our other departments like the Department of Environment and Buildings. And we all need to work collaboratively to achieve these targets. DPD is proposing several updates within this category, including new and revised strategies that really focus on developing and encouraging more on-site renewable energy. New strategies including solar-ready rooftop construction, building electrification to help with building decarbonization, designing buildings with less glass and window openings to help improve energy efficiency, and a new strategy to include the ComEd best practices for construction. This is of note because there are also incentives associated with that strategy. We revised some of the strategies to include that included exceeding the energy code by 25% and 40%, because to do that and surpass the Chicago Energy Code would push a project into the zero energy area, and there's other ways to achieve that. We also removed the design to earn Energy Star certification because the basic levels of complying with that would be a little bit redundant with the Chicago Energy Code. Proposed updates to the landscape and green infrastructure category include combining these together with other strategies such as green roofs and other green infrastructure into this one category. The proposed updates includes revised strategies related to native plantings and to growing food on site. New strategies include options for landscape buffers around industrial uses to help mitigate the potential impacts of those uses. Using non-toxic pavement sealants, improving river edge developments by exceeding the required setback to make more space for naturalized plantings, adding naturalized shorelines to projects, and then adding aquatic habitat as well. The update removes the sustainable sites strategy because very few projects use that at all. This category, the public health and community benefits, was one that DPD received a lot of comments on, specifically adding more strategies that deal with public health and how development projects interact with the communities around them. The proposed update greatly expands the public health related strategies and combines them with some of the strategies that help to add benefit to community. It includes a revised workforce development strategy which allows for more specific guidance and references to workforce partners, as well as the types of jobs that can be included in that strategy. It also awards more points to the well building standard, which was noted by several participants as it's quite a difficult process to go through, so we added 10 points to that. The proposed update also adds 8 new strategies that involve a whole range of things. We added a new certification, Fitwell. We added a strategy that deals with having affordable housing, the required ARO units on site. There were some strategies about air quality, both indoor and outdoor. The outdoor to monitor air quality and the indoor to take into account occupants. We also had a couple of strategies about cleaner industrial equipment and cleaner construction equipment. We added a category that involves building community resiliency by allowing development teams to propose space or something that the community can use to help address resiliency. And then we also added a strategy for exceeding the accessible dwelling units, the type A construction types in projects. The transportation category was also modified. The proposed updates were needed to revise several of the transportation strategies related to EV readiness and bicycle parking to reflect the code changes that were recent. New strategies that focus on commercial EV fleet readiness for industrial projects were also added, again, to try and help mitigate some of the impacts of those, as well as a new strategy for adding EV charging stations that are the fast chargers. Those were not contemplated before. The update process removes the proximity to transit strategy. The reason that is coming out is that it's a bit redundant with the 2022 Connected Communities Ordinance, which includes multiple bonuses and parking reductions already built into the code to incentivize transit. The update also removes a strategy for CTA digital displays because that is redundant and most people obtain that information from personal devices and other ways. So that was taken out. The following three categories I clustered onto one slide here. The stormwater category, there were much fewer changes in that realm. The only change we made with the update was to increase the points from 5 to 25 points for projects that occupy most of the lot size with a building and prepare it for 100-year detention. That's a significant increase over what the code requires. So we wanted to add more points to that. We added a waste strategy that not only focuses on reducing and diverting waste from the waste stream, but also focuses on reusing building materials and construction materials on site through building deconstruction and other strategies. In the water strategies, we just revised them to reflect current standards and updates in that realm. So moving on to the third-party building certifications, we made several changes in this. The proposed updates includes focusing on higher tier building certification levels, revising the point values associated with those, and then adding in zero energy and net zero carbon certifications. And we actually assign the highest level of points to those projects because they will really help us meet those climate goals. The update also adds a new certification program called the National Green Building Standard, since this was referenced in the Chicago Energy Transformation Code as one of the compliance pathways. And then finally, in this realm, the policy adds a category for sustainability, excellence, and innovation. And the idea here is that we recognize that advances in building design and construction, they're very dynamic, and that the policy needs to address this in some manner to keep pace with those changes. This allows a development team to propose an initiative or a sustainable technology that is not addressed within the policy, but will provide significant benefits related to sustainability and innovation. This can include things like adding low carbon building materials to a project, things like timber building construction, and other efforts focused on combating climate change and improving resiliency. Applicants would have to propose this to DPD as part of their approach and can earn up to 20 points depending on the scope and the impact of that. But all proposals would need to be reviewed because some of these may need special approvals and other things from different departments, and this would be on a case-by-case basis. So now I just want to move into the next steps of what we're planning for the implementation of this policy. DPD staff spent 2022 and 2023 collecting input, drafting and refining the update. We released the update on Monday, as I mentioned, and the public comment period will be open till May 15th. Moving after that, through May and June, DPD will look to incorporate the feedback that we received during that period and make any modifications needed. The updated policy is anticipated to be available beginning in July 1st, when applicants will be able to choose either version, the current policy or the updated policy. And then full implementation of the policy where all projects would need to use that is expected in January 1st of 2025. The idea would be to give development teams some time to obtain their entitlements and building permits during that period. So the draft policy can be found on our website, and there's some links here to that. There's also a survey that people can fill out to provide input that will be open again until May 15th, and the link to that is there as well. And specific questions can be directed to the SDP email address, which is on our website. We received 3 letters of support for the policy update, and those can be seen on the CPC website. They are from the Metropolitan Planning Council, the Green Building Initiative, and Friends of the Chicago River. And that concludes my presentation. I do want to thank everybody that provided input over the course of these past 2 years. And thank you for your time listening to me, and I'm happy to answer questions or take comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I do have a question and just a comment. Question, how does this compare to other major cities? Did we use their sustainability policies as just a reference or not? I don't think I saw anything referring back to other cities.
Yeah, we did review other cities, places like Denver. A lot of the items addressed in the policy do occur by code in certain places. We look to the participants to kind of give us input on what other cities were doing related to that, like the community resilience asset. That was something that came out of some of the research by organizations on how to build resiliency in there. So we did look to other cities to talk about that. And some of the guidance in the bird protection strategy is very similar to some of the peer cities that are out there as well.
With the update, like the revisions reflect some of the other cities, what other cities are doing? Is that?
It's sort of baked into the individual policy
Okay.
strategies, yeah.
Okay. And then my comment, which I, mentioned yesterday.
Yes.
I would want to see a way for us to incentivize exceeding the 100 points. I know it's hard because we can't require people to do that. But if we could find a way to get teams, get big projects to do more than the 100 points, I think it would make a difference. Specifically getting closer to our goals of 2030, 2050 that we're nowhere near as a city or as a country. So just getting creative about how do we get new construction to go beyond the baseline or this requirements. Yeah, so we can all work together on that. Any comments or questions from other commissioners?
Please.
Commissioner Boatright?
I have one, not a question, more of a comment to Brad and the team. I just want to commend them for their hard work on this. This policy hasn't been updated for years. And beyond just doing research on what other cities are doing, I really appreciate the team's commitment to engage diverse stakeholders as it relates to our city and our challenges, but most importantly, opportunities, so that we are really doing an amazing job with developing sustainable buildings. And so I just wanted to take a minute and commend the team for just their dedication, commitment, hard work, thoughtfulness, authentic engagement, and real outreach and ongoing dialogue. You heard that, we've got a public comment period open for another, just under a month. And so I think it's just a testament to the team's commitment to have ongoing dialogue to really get this right, given that it hasn't been updated in some time. So that's it.
So true. Commissioner Lasparda?
Thank you so much. I just want to echo the comments by Commissioner Boatright. This is a phenomenal piece of work. I'm really proud of what you've done with the whole DPD team has done, the level of community engagement that has gone into this is fantastic. And to honestly, to fill out a survey and then see a lot of what you put in the survey in the results is just fantastic. I feel very enthusiastic about the work, having first learned about the sustainable development policy when I was in grad school. To be in this opportunity right now feels borderline surreal, I will say. If I was to say one comment, I hope we find a way to also get this information through briefings or hearings or whatever in front of more of my colleagues who like live into the realities of this work that we're doing, and hopefully we can get them to think critically about their comment on this work as well. But it's just really, really laudable what you've put together. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just to add to that, such a big point. I just attended a women's luncheon in sustainability last week. And a lot of the commentary was our responsibility as sustainable professionals to educate the public, the bigger public, starting from schools, kids, our colleagues, our elected officials, because this is a very technical arena and not everybody is comfortable talking about it. So how do we spread the knowledge? How do we incentivize people to keep talking about it so that everybody's doing their part? So I again, getting creative on how to spread this this update throughout our community, not just within certain places. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Brad. Very good, very interesting. On the practical front of things, so once we finish through the approval process and deliberation and so forth, so how is this incorporated into the decision-making process at DPD for developments?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a lot of times, or as projects come in, for example, like a plan development, DPD staff will meet with those applicants and work on which types of strategies they are intending to add to their compliance pathway and how they're going to do it. And at times we can make recommendations to them to include certain strategies depending on the type of project. And then when we move forward with that after the entitlement process, the applicant will have to submit the compliance documentation to show that they actually are incorporating those into their project. So that's just one example. And that happens also with other types of projects as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Escareño.
Just a little bit piggybacking on what was just said. I do want to commend the team. I know that this is hard work, and I think just in terms of being on this commission, the importance for this team to really also be thinking about the change of our planet and climate and how that's having an impact on everything we do and build. I think this policy would apply then to only projects receiving or being subsidized by some sort of funding by city or government. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it only applies to projects that are receiving special types of zoning approvals like plan developments. And it applies to projects receiving assistance from the city, a couple of different streams, redevelopment agreements that are over $1 million, affordable housing projects that are receiving assistance that are greater than 5 units. And Class L tax incentives as well. And then there's a requirement for projects that are subject to the air quality ordinance to also comply with this policy.
And the only reason I mentioned that, I know oftentimes we sit here and projects that are not funded through government come before this group, and it's often frustrating for us to try to elevate or advance the way that, the world of the building industry really looks at how they're building, with sustainable focus. And so, I would just encourage, as part of, our efforts here, and certainly Planning and Development Commissioner, I give you and your staff just a lot of kudos. I know this is hard work, but I think as a city, we do need to think about how we also motivate and challenge our private partners to really be thinking about Chicago as a sustainable city. I know specifically around just building more green space in areas that are very hot, especially with the changing climate. It's often for us important to even talk about, you know, are you putting more plantings? Are you putting more green in your development? So again, just really encouraging us as a group and as a city to try to figure out how we in Chicago lead in this effort. So I know it's hard work, but I think we are in a unique time where our planet is just becoming warmer, the climate is becoming a little bit more challenging, and how do we continue to advance? This is great work. Kudos to all of you, and so happy to be a supporter of this, and also just as another government agency, our goal too is to try to figure this out with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brumfield?
I just want to commend you and the city for this heavy lift. I know this was not easy and really appreciate the outreach you've done. I think moving forward, as this goes into open comment, I will request, if possible, to kind of see what we can do have an extra outreach to our developer group. Because I think we can talk about what this means in terms of the architecture profession, certainly all the elements in the trades, you know, but the developers are very much key in here and really trying to communicate to them. This goes beyond the bottom line, you know, for, you know, their spreadsheet in terms of whether it's going to, a project is going to pencil or not. This is really about creating a more sustainable environment and how they need to do their part. I know everyone would agree here in the room, but I think there should be an extra special emphasis and outreach to our developer community to make sure that they're kind of living up to these standards that are being set.
Great, thank you.
Such a good point, yes. And I do want to provide a space for speakers that have signed up to speak on this item. We have 6 people signed up. First one is Lillian Helden from Chicago Bird Alliance, who's against the proposal. Next would be Annette Prince, who's from Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, also against the proposal. Next, we have Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal, followed by Amy Heldman, who's for the proposal. Next, we have Chris Hansen, who's against the proposal. And lastly, we have Kathleen Gillespie from Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, who's against the proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Lillian Holden, and I represent Chicago Bird Alliance. Many Chicagoans don't realize that our city has an important role to play in the conservation of wildlife in our hemisphere. Millions of birds fly over Chicago every night during the height of our migration between subtropical and tropical forests to our south and the boreal forest in Toronto to our north. Many lands in Chicago and tens of thousands of them collide with windows and die each year. These birds are not pigeons. They're not house sparrows. There are warblers, flycatchers, hummingbirds, tanagers, and other birds, many of whom never see a city blast or city lights except on migration. Many are rare and declining, and many are linked to the survival of humanity by consuming insect pests that would otherwise decimate crops, gardens, and other vegetation, and by dispersing seeds for plants and providing us with food, medicine, timber, and recreation. Chicago is the most dangerous city for migrating birds because it is near the river of Chicago of birds migrating through the middle of our country. And because it generates so much light, it draws birds off of their migratory route. In recent years, great strides have been made in making glass windows that birds cannot collide with and that people enjoy. The glass adds little cost of a building, and it gets less expensive as demand grows. Many major cities like New York, San Francisco, and Toronto requires glass in new buildings. Our coalition, Bird Friendly Chicago, has worked with the CPD for 4 years to develop model regulations and a guidebook that will show developers how to implement them. We brought expert opinions and best practices. Skokie and Evanston have taken our work and implemented bird-friendly regulations. We are disappointed that the DPD did not make bird-friendly regulations mandatory under the Sustainable Development Policy. every bird killing building that goes up adds to the toll and on these birds that are also facing habitat loss, cats, pesticide, and climate change. This is one problem that we could have easily solved and we decided not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holdem. Next we have Ms. Prince.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Annette Prince, and I represent the Chicago Bird Collision Monitors and Bird Friendly Chicago, which is the coalition that's been working with city officials since 2016 to implement bird safety measures in our building designs. In the last 20 years, Chicago Bird Collision Monitors have recovered tens of thousands of dead and injured migratory birds just in the small portion of downtown that we survey each spring and fall. As Lily pointed out, these birds are not residents. They are migrants that are passing through the city from tropical areas to get to their breeding grounds in the northern US and Canada. These birds aren't familiar with urban environments and they die in massive numbers on the streets of our city. We've made Chicago aware of this problem for decades and have advocated for years that the city require bird-friendly building design for its new structures to assure that more buildings will not add to the incredible toll that our existing buildings are already taking on migratory birds. Mandating that projects going forward protect birds is a critical, achievable, and affordable step towards becoming a safer city for the millions of birds that Chicago is privileged to host each year, and a step that other cities around the country have taken, been willing to take. After 4 years of working with the Department of Planning, we were led to believe up until the end of last year that these requirements for bird safety would be mandated. Instead, the Department of Planning's new Sustainable Development Plan leaves bird protection measures as an option. Design and material requirements that protect the lives of birds whose populations are already in serious decline should not be an optional item. Sustainability is defined as the avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance, and birds are a natural resource. Bird lives affect global health, food supplies, and populations. This is an equity that crosses all political and geographic boundaries and will impact everyone when climate change and collapsing ecosystems will drive more people across borders. Sustainability is a social goal for people to coexist on Earth. Optional is not acceptable when unsafe building practices will determine if thousands and thousands of additional, valuable, irreplaceable birds will needlessly lose their lives. Protecting against the loss of critical parts of the environment isn't just a bonus point. It is as fundamental as any building code that prevents death and injury, accessibility, fire codes, structural integrity, and that cannot be left to a choice. If protecting the environment isn't part of sustainability, what is? We are disappointed that the Department of Planning and Development did not make bird protection regulations mandatory and will press forward to institute those measures that are too important to ignore.
Yes. Mr. Butler Adams, thank you.
Okay, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I don't have too much to offer on this issue, just a few points here and there. I do think it's a step in the right direction. One thing I would like to see, I know that right now it's really not attached to zoning, and I know that you looked at Denver, but I was also hoping to maybe for future evolvements of this proposal, to maybe also look at other cities across the world to see how they're doing things. You looked at Denver, but the United States is not all that good in terms of sustainability. So perhaps looking at cities overseas to see how they're doing things to possibly implement those things here. One thing that I was kind of looking at is sustainable also equals greening. And perhaps developers could get points or density bonuses for planting trees in other neighborhoods and not just in front of their projects. One thing that I've seen thrive in the city over the past few years is how we've used the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. How come we can't do something similar in terms of greening? How come a developer who's building maybe a 20-story building downtown and wants to get a small bonus plant 50 trees in a neighborhood outside of their zone to help, green the city? Another thing in terms of sustainability, I think the city really could do is really encouraging more building next to transit. I know that's really not a part of this project, part of this proposal, but in terms of the city, I'm sorry, I'm kind of losing my place right now. In terms of the city greening itself and being more sustainable and using less cars and using more public transit, we should really be encouraging a lot more density on top of public transit. in terms of what we're doing right now, because right now we're kind of failing the citizens of the city of Chicago in terms of density. I think the more on top of transit could help that. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting my stuff mixed up right now. I don't have everything planned down the way that I want to, but I'll go online and do that survey and come back next time with all my points in a row. Thanks.
They were all good points. Thank you. Next, we have Amy Heldman.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Heldman. I'm a planner and GIS specialist at Friends of the Chicago River. Friends of the Chicago's River's mission is to protect and restore the Chicago Calumet River system for all people, water, and wildlife. Our vision is that the Chicago Calumet River system is a healthy, biodiverse, climate-resilient ecosystem with equitable, open access for all. We participated throughout the Department of Planning and Development's process to update the Sustainable Development Policy, and we think that the proposed modernizations and updates are important strategies to ensure that new developments in the city contribute to protecting the environment and the river. We are particularly pleased by the revised points that encourage expanded and naturalized river edges, aquatic habitat, improved landscape strategies, increased stormwater capture, and bird-friendly design practices. These types of nature-positive development requirements are common in other cities, and we think that they are essential components in the new policy. Even seemingly minor private sector investments, such as green roofs, can help protect the river and adjacent communities from polluted runoff, provide microhabitats for wildlife, reduce the urban heat island effect, and clean the air. It is essential that the city of Chicago continues to emphasize these investments each year, because as climate change-related extreme weather events become more common, climate change will continue to cause more damage to river ecosystems, destroy infrastructure, impact water quality, and further burden environmental justice communities. We will continue to review and analyze this policy during the public comment period and look forward to working together with the city to put this powerful new policy into action soon to benefit Chicago residents, local wildlife, and the Chicago Calumet River system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heldman. Next, we have Chris Hansen.
Good afternoon. I am Chris Hansen, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Chicago Ornithological Society. Birds are Chicago's iconic wild creatures. Our city's buildings must be designed to protect them, not allowed to kill them. Birds need to be central to our identity in Chicago. Each year, over 150 million of them, following an ancient route, fly through our region. They should have the legal protection that they are entitled to through the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act. It has been criminal to kill migratory birds for over a century. Yet this is exactly what our famed architecture does every single day. Birds are to Chicago what manatees are to Florida, what wolves are to Yellowstone, and what grizzlies are to Alaska. The fact that so many die in building collisions demonstrates a gross and ethically dubious disregard for a class of animals of vital ecological significance. In case you're not aware, birds disperse seeds, they pollinate plants, and they eat pests like rats, mosquitoes, and yes, cicadas. People across the globe know that nearly 1,000 birds died in a single morning at McCormick Place on October 5th last year. They also know that on that same morning, other Chicago buildings killed thousands more. Each year, our buildings can kill more than 10,000 birds. What people don't understand is why our city continues to allow this to happen. People have not forgotten. Many of you probably saw the WGN story earlier this week about how Chicago is now the worst city in the United States for bird strikes. I just received the spring issue of Living Bird, which has an 8-page article in it, all about why Chicago is the worst city for bird strikes. Don't underestimate the impact that this will have on bird enthusiasts. We want those readers to come here as eco-tourists, not as activists. And while Chicago has struggled to make our buildings safe for birds, other cities have breezed past us in requiring bird safety for all buildings, demonstrating global leadership in conservation and pride in their positions as urban havens for wildlife. In fact, this same article explains how New York City took an ordinance that we drafted in Chicago and that got sidetracked to become no longer the worst. New York was the worst in the nation for bird strikes, and now they're one of the leaders. They used our stuff and New York City is making us look bad. Now, I understand that, that there's a point system here, and I believe that it can be better. I want to say that I'm not so much opposed to this system as I'm disappointed that it's not better. I know that there's a point system going on for all these buildings. I don't understand why you can't require a certain number of points for bird safe activities in buildings. I'm out of time, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Next, we have Kathleen Gillespie.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Chairperson Flores and Commissioner Boatright and members of the Planning Commission. And may I say elected officials, Alderman LaSpada and Viejas and others. It's an honor to be here, and we are grateful for the time you're giving us to speak. My name is Kathleen Gillespie. I am a Chicago bird collision monitor in downtown Chicago. I've been in that role since 2016. I'm a former healthcare consultant that is retired. It's crucial for you to let us continue to remind you that we're holding ourselves accountable as citizens. We have to be here to hold you accountable and ourselves. Chicago Bird Collision Monitors, which Annette and others have mentioned, established in 2003, has rescued tens of thousands of dead and injured birds just in the last 15 or 18 years. We now, as a group of several thousand bird advocates who are residents of the city of Chicago, will now pursue a full enforceable mandatory ordinance. We worked from 2017 to 2020 to get the ordinance passed with this distinguished city council. A lot of you cared a great deal about it. We think we took a wrong turn, and it ceased to be a ordinance per initiative. It became a piece of this very distinguished 13-piece sustainability plan. I applaud 11 of those pieces. The 12th piece is the piece we need to remove, and we need to make it mandatory. We will work with Alderman LaSpada, Alderman Viejas, Alderman Dowell, Alderman, we hope Maria Haddon. We will find a handful of sponsors and help work with us, please, to get this ordinance made the right way this time. We've made fantastic progress. It was passed by this city council in 2020. The pandemic happened. We worked fabulously with Brad and his colleagues at Planning Department, but it's not enough. The day, October 5th last year, when 1,000 birds died at McCormick Place, another 15 or 1,800 died in downtown Chicago. And Annette was there and I was there. And if you started today mandating treated glass on the buildings, we would still have death here. We can't do it because all the buildings that are still standing. So let me do an exercise in the last 15 seconds. You're standing at the Obama Center, or you're down in Jackson Park. You're with your children. 10 years later, you're with your grandkids. We want them to see the same birds you're seeing in those parks in downtown Chicago. We want them to see what you have. Help us do it. Thanks very much, you all.
Yeah, thank you to all the speakers. So many good comments and information for us to do something with. I think we all agree that we don't want to see any more birds die. It's just a really hard balance to make something mandatory as a city, right? So I won't speak for our officials or for our department. I think it's just for us to continue to work on this. Again, I so much work went into this that is positive and it's in the right direction. So we want to applaud that and keep working on what's not there yet, right? So
briefly just chime in. I appreciate all the comments and all the correspondence. And I want to remind everyone, we welcome your feedback on the survey. That's open until May 15th. And so I'm not here to defend anything. I just want to remind you that from an open dialogue standpoint, we encourage all of our stakeholders to chime in on the survey and to remind everyone this is a draft policy right now. And so given that it's in draft form, we want to take all feedback into consideration prior to finalizing it. So I just wanted to say thank you for you all's comments and thank you for your partnership. And again, thank you to Brad and the team for their thoughtful outreach on this really important policy.
Thank you. We still have one more informational item. I feel like maybe our court reporter needs a break. How are you doing? You're okay? Did we just push through? This item does not require a vote, so again, it was just informational, so we'll keep working on it. But if we're ready to go on to the last one and just get it done, we'll do that. Thank you, Brad. Ready?
I think, did we lose for you? Okay.
Okay, the last item today is listed as E2, an informational presentation on the Harlem Avenue Visioning Study. The study sets forth a big picture vision for potential future projects along Harlem Avenue and identifies areas of greatest need, opportunities, and aspirations. The visioning study area consists of a 2-mile stretch of Harlem Avenue spanning from Irving Park Road to Grant Avenue in the Dunning and Montclair community areas. Carmen Martinez will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
All right. Thank you so much for those who have stuck around up to this point. I appreciate it. I will try to push through this as quickly and efficiently as I can. So good afternoon, commissioners and those in the audience. My name is Carmen Martinez. I'm with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm the supervising planner of the Northwest region. So today's informational presentation is to give you a quick overview on our efforts for this last year for the Harlem Avenue Visioning Study. Our study area is about 2 miles within 2 community areas of Dunning and Montclair. Our borders are Grand Avenue and Irving Park Road. So this idea really started back in 2020 when we were having neighborhood tours with aldermen. So this actually started with Alderman Spasato in 2020 when business owners expressed a desire to have revitalization of their corridor, to maintain the business district, as well as include cultural heritage acknowledgements as part of future streetscape projects. So fast forward into 2021, the conversation started coming about within our region and how could we create a framework or a plan to help support the desires of these business owners and the local stakeholders. So in that effort, although our work officially started in 2022, this vision really is more than 20 years old. A lot of our local working group members who are residents, building owners, tenants, long-lasting community members have been looking for ways to create a vision for the public improvement, public streets, their businesses. And our goals that we set out, we're really trying to strengthen what their vision was. So in our initial review of the study, we wanted to create some very clear, easy goals that we could attain, as well as put goals forth that direct business owners and property owners could implement themselves as well. So our study goals really talked about looking at the vision for the public realm, improvements along Harlem Avenue, building identity for the commercial corridor, as well as trying to strengthen the existing businesses that are on the corridor now that have maintained and have been there for decades, as well as try to entice new businesses to come and take part in the beautiful corridor that Harlem Avenue is. We also wanted to identify opportunities for open space. A lot of spaces that are on Harlem Avenue have opportunities for multi-use, collaboration, as well as trying to find out, who are our local partners that could, put this vision together with us. Our study team is very comprehensive, as you can see here. DPD hired a consultant team led by Site Design Group with McGuire Gillespie, Goodman Williams Group, and Collabo. But within our city departments, as well as with the states, we needed to have collaboration on many levels. So our study team also included representatives from CDOT, CTA, IDOT, as well as existing business owners, building owners, tenants, and the local residents. So our timeline really, this is almost a year in the making here. We've been working on this study, but our initial phase was really just trying to understand and analyze what the existing conditions of Harlem Avenue is. Not just doing the normal market study, but doing a lot of site visits, frequency of going to businesses, going to restaurants, going on the weekends, going days and nights, of just trying to see how these businesses and community members operate. So it became my personal mission to really make sure that taking a look at this location, not just from DPD's standpoint, but a visitor myself. I myself am not born and raised in the city of Chicago. So when I first came to Chicago, I was trying to explore all community areas. And I actually happened to discover Harlem Avenue when I was working from home, when we were undergoing COVID. So I frequent this part of the city, and I welcome all those that aren't familiar with it to please visit. And our study actually included branding, because the one thing that we saw from Harlem Avenue was that it needed a cohesive vision. Anyone that's frequented this corridor will experience different lenses, just depending on if you're coming from the north or south. So the branding portion of it became a very important piece of this study. So we've had 4 working group meetings. We've had some draft reports that are actually on our website right now, and continuous engagement along the way. And we're hoping to come back for full adoption in June. So I talk about our engagement process here, and just very quick blush on, kind of like what we decided to do. But because this location is very near and dear to the working group members, we wanted to make sure that our engagement was intimate, that it was intentional, and we really wanted to hear the voices of those that live here, work here, own buildings, our tenants, maybe used to live here, but no longer live, but they're still tied culturally. So we really wanted to make sure that we were very focused on working with the existing working group members. So in this, I would say about roughly 39 folks were our consistent working group members, but what we don't quantify here is just the level of love and passion and hospitality that that they welcomed us with. So wanted to thank all those members, and though they're not here today, about really much how much that they brought us into their lives. So our deliverables, again, these are, standard document items that, we see on other design guidelines or other adopted plans. But this one in particular has a little bit of a spin to it, because not only do we talk about, focus areas and framework plans, but this is really trying to bring about a cultural aspect to it. Including gateway envisioning and really trying to set up the vision for a future streetscape plan. So a lot of this effort was trying to front load a future streetscape that we hope CDOT is willing to take on. So we wanted to make sure that this document included a lot of that input up front. And one thing to point out in the draft report that is on the Plan Commission website, as well as the project website, is implementation framework. We thought it was really important to outline short-term and long-term goals that not only fall upon the city as, talking about infrastructure and public right-of-way, but also giving business owners, property owners, the ability to implement some of these things themselves, as well as create a plan if and when an SSA or a bid were to be an option. This would also give them ability to implement some of these strategies themselves. So when we first decided to come out to Harlem, we really just wanted to understand all the challenges and opportunities up front. And if you're all familiar with Harlem Avenue and you've driven in this area, really kind of struggle with trying to find a cohesive identity. You can go from small shops to maybe larger shopping areas to maybe some strip malls, but really wanted to use not necessarily those items as challenges, but really opportunities for us to include in future design principles. So what many see as challenges, I saw them as opportunities, and taking into account that Harlem Avenue is a state route, which again is a challenge. However, I see it as an opportunity because it also connects us to the transit served locations, utilizing the major intersections that exist there now, such as Grand Ave, Belmont, Addison, Irving. Again, ways to connect people to come to this part of the city. And being that it's so close to O'Hare, there's a definite way of trying to bring some identity to this area, to bring visitors into Chicago who maybe can't come into the Loop or maybe can't go to some of the more advertised areas, but maybe visitors are coming to Rosemont, first time to Chicago, and maybe they only have a day. Let's bring them to Harlem Avenue and show them another part of the city. That's great. Just a few photos for those who are familiar with it. This just seems pretty standard as you drive on Harlem Avenue. You may drive really quickly by it to get through, or you may be stopping at some of these businesses along the corridor. So one of the most interesting things that we did, so with our consultant, Goodman Williams, as well as our other consultants, was really not just doing a blanket market study, was really trying to understand the corridor, not just from a data perspective, but on the ground, taking walking tours, coming to visit. There are a lot of licenses within our boundary. So 187 storefronts were reviewed. About 65% of what's on this corridor is related to eating, dining, retail, and personal services. In comparison to a lot of other corridors that at least I have in my region that are maybe 30% vacant, this one's only 18%. And there's other uses along the corridor, but I think people may not recognize that there's a lot of businesses and opportunities and great assets that this street has that we're hoping that this study will bring forth. Another thing to note, because there is a long history of Italian and Italian Americans in this community area, there are a lot of Italian restaurants, shops, developments, business owners, property owners, and we wanted to make sure that our study area really focused on some of those existing conditions. Part of our homework was also trying to understand the scale of this study, comparing this to other notable cities that have some similar themes of what we wanted to bring here. Just looking at San Diego, New York, Boston, we need to understand what we're working with in the public right-of-way. This is a state route as well, just trying to see what we had to work with and where could we push and pull to make some of these ideas happen. If you look at cultural corridors in Chicago, our study area is 2 miles, but if you take a look at it and step out, Little India in Chicago is 1 mile. Little Italy, Taylor Street, 0.5 mile. Chinatown, 0.3 miles. So we really wanted to zoom out to understand what is the context that we're working with and trying to hone in on what are some nodes of this corridor that we could really influence the most, as well as trying to put some of those streetscape infrastructure needs throughout the entire boundary. As we did some analysis, our working group members have been working on this for more than 20 years. gave us some great precedents to look at. You know, we want to have something like the Little Italy in San Diego. We want to have an archway over Harlem Avenue. They would love to have something over Harlem. Little Italy's in New York, Boston. And again, you know, the study wasn't only about Little Italy for the entire stretch. It was really trying to figure out where could we put some of these concepts where it made sense, as well as understanding that Harlem Avenue is a state route, and there are some challenges with, you know, doing some of these gateway identifiers. Again, taking a look at some of our existing cultural corridors in Chicago. You know, Chicago's known for all these wonderful neighborhoods that are advertised. I know Choose Chicago right now is doing, you know, continuous efforts on trying to shed light on some of our neighborhoods. So just some examples of some of our areas that we were looking at for inspiration, trying to understand the roadway, recognizing as well, we have Taylor Street, which is a great street that a lot of people identify as a Little Italy, with UIC right in the middle of it. So just want to make it very clear before the questions come, by no means is this meant to replace Taylor Street. By no means is that meant to say that, you know, Harlem Avenue is doing anything that would conflict with that. On the contrary, we think that Harlem Avenue is another wonderful asset, another cultural corridor that would enhance another neighborhood for not only our city to visit, but visitors. So again, transportation, you know, whether it's an asset or a constraint, taking a look at just the actual assets that we have on Harlem, not only is a truck route, but it also has strong bus connections. There is a lengthy corridor to it, but there's other things that we're trying to focus on. So pedestrian safety was a really big one. If anyone's ever shopped on Harlem Avenue, you're gonna dart for your life to cross the street to be able to walk and shop and dine. It was a real challenge, but as well, an opportunity for us to try to find a creative solution for other like city streets that we have. Again, some of the public realm considerations, you know, just taking a look and walking on Harlem, there's a lot of opportunity to try to bring more landscape, more greenscape. How do we soften some of these paved areas and trying to make it more welcoming, not just for those that have buildings here, but visitors, people who want to shop and dine here. How do we make this more appealing and enhance just the landscape that we have with? Part of the study also was looking at the existing buildings and opportunities that we have. So like I mentioned, you know, we took a comprehensive look on the assets. We also were looking at what do we have to be able to draw new businesses, new development here? Is there an opportunity to use some underutilized spaces and partner up? And is there a way that maybe two building owners that have low vacancy, maybe they can collaborate and try to find ways to utilize the space? And I am happy to say there's actually a few conversations on some of these buildings that we noted this last year, and I will share those shortly. So again, when we talk about the community hub, here are some inspiration photos when we were initially looking at how do we talk about including art? How do we soften the pavement that we do have? Is there opportunities to take some of the intersections and introduce carve-outs for greenscape and landscape, bring in local artists, murals, utilizing our bus shelters is a great way of trying to use the infrastructure that we have to help brand a community. So now I'll get into our draft report. So our guiding principles are very simple, really trying to look at the public improvements, creating a corridor identity, and creating spaces for a community to gather. It's a very long corridor, so apologize that it's very small, but given that it's 2 miles, we really wanted to understand where would be our focus areas that we could put in big picture strategies. So we decided on 3 focus areas. And I did mention that this is within 2 wards. So trying to understand how do we carve out the nodes that would create a cohesive view from not just 2 wards, but we're also bordering Elmwood Park. And trying to make sure that we take in consideration that we are neighbors to Elmwood Park. We have 2 wards, a large stress corridor, and how can we make some public improvements that would impact the corridor but as well as take into consideration, it is a state route that IDOT would need to be able to coordinate thoughts with CDOT as well as CTA. So our improvement recommendations do have some locations where we noted there's going to be future activation on this corridor. We do have the future home of the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame coming to the heart of our study. That's along Roscoe and roughly between Cornelia and Roscoe on Harlem, as well as taking a look at Belmont and diversity as other opportunities for focus areas. And part of our engagement included talking to CTA, talking to CDOT, talking to IDOT. There was a lot of push and pull, a lot of, ideas that were brought on that we'll still need to have coordination with. So we recognize that a lot of our recommendations are going to need future conversations with those three groups, but we still wanted to make sure that those that read our document understood that we want to have more greenscape, we want to have more landscape, we want to be creative, but understanding that this is a route that needs to funnel a lot of traffic through as well. So our draft report has some scenarios. We're talking about some right-of-way typologies, understanding what is existing residential versus what is the future residential, our current commercial versus the future, and taking a look at, is there opportunities to enhance the greenscape that is on Harlem Avenue? Again, some of the feedback that we got, a lot of these greenscapes are either managed by an SSA, maybe it's a future bid. How do we do that when we don't have that established here now? So a lot of the recommendations could even be done by private building owners or tenants. So some of the things that we talked about with the identity that we wanted to create here was using that branding to create a cohesive vision, so that if there was stretches of Harlem where we could implement that branding, this could help draw new patrons and visitors to come to the area with these enhancements. So this is probably the part of the study where we got a lot of feedback, a lot of excitement about, because like I mentioned, this is probably 20 years in the making that many of these local businesses and residences have tried to bring to this part of Harlem Avenue. So we got a lot of conversations going once we got to this part. So when we're talking about corridor identity, given that it's a 2-mile stretch of our study, we wanted to make sure that we wanted to have a brand that was not just focused on the focus areas, but think about the entire corridor. How do we create a brand that could flex and change? We have 2 community areas. Could this be something that a business sponsored? Could it be something an SSA brought about? Could this be private business owners? So we wanted to make sure that the brand was something that could shift and change, but still had a cohesive vision. So we came up with, and I say our consultants, so they did a fabulous job at working with us. So if they're watching, thank you very much for your patience and your creativity. But we thought that this brand really spoke to the culture, that spoke to our boundaries as well as the nodes. So there's a lot of meaning behind this that I won't get into today, but this also was going to feed into the long-term and short-term goals that we were hoping that this branding would be a starting point. So one thing that was very loud and very clear from what we've heard from our community input working group members was signage, wayfinding, gateway identifiers. Can we have an arch over Harlem Avenue? Can we have something that signifies like welcome to this community area? And something that we learned along the way also was that in '92, there were honorary street designations given to Harlem Avenue, actually larger than what this shows in our boundary. Actually was from north all the way to almost Forest Preserve. This stretch was known as Chicago's Little Italy. There were also honorary street designations for the Harlem Avenue Italian Business Association. And in that effort, we were kind of taking a look at where our nodes and hubs were, and it is similar to where this stretch of businesses were. So in our plan, we're including opportunities for where would these corridor identifiers be? If we can't get an arch over Harlem Avenue, can we create some branding that would be for vertical or pedestrian arched way gateways? Can we create a brand that translates to more than just, artwork or murals? So we wanted to make sure that we have a menu of options that this branding could cover. So we came about with trying to find how we can integrate those gateway identifiers into the hearts and hubs of the study, taking a look at not just something that would need to be for a streetscape project, but how can private building owners take this branding into their own hands and try to implement some of these recommendations themselves. So there are some building locations where there would be great spots for murals, great spots for, welcoming visitors to the area. And using that branding to create a vision, not just on the whole corridor, but using the hearts and hubs as a starting point. When we talk about some of the community gathering areas, one thing that was really apparent is that there's already activation happening on these stretches of Harlem. There's already business activities, food festivals, fairs, walks, all year round. There's already events happening. So this isn't bringing new activation. There's already events happening here. So how can we support the existing business owners, building owners, and patrons of this area to provide them safe spaces to come together and maybe have some of those outdoor festivals and engagements that they would like? So I mentioned that the heart of our study was where the National Sports Hall of Fame will be coming. There's actually a lot of businesses across the street from each other where there's a lot of crossing going back and forth. And that was one of our main concerns of how can we enhance pedestrian safety, but still acknowledge that it's a state route and do that safely. So I think that's still a future conversation. We know the activation is here and more will be coming, but we wanted to include in our report some big picture concepts that we thought were important to include. So again, in our draft report, we took a look at our hearts and hubs, looking at the crossing at Belmont, looking at Diversey, looking at Roscoe to Cornelia, and we found opportunities to utilize existing spaces that already have the space to do this. So there are some vacant lots, there's some parcels, there's some underutilized buildings that have opportunities for new tenants or shared tenants. So we took those concepts and tried to create some short-term and long-term goals that not only were we thinking that this needed to be public realm infrastructure, but there are ideas that private building owners and business owners could implement as well themselves. So I mentioned early on that we wanted to provide some existing recommendations. Now, when we talk about trying to bring in new patrons, new visitors, some of the stuff can actually be implemented by the building owners or tenants themselves. How can we provide recommendations on how to treat their buildings? How can they, maybe make some enhancements, enhance the curb appeal? Is there small things that they could do to also help enhance how people view their businesses as they approach? So where we're at, so again, we've been working on this for a year now, actually more, but we're hoping that today will give you a preview of what we want to come back with for full adoption. We are having an open survey right now. We've gotten about 120 responses this last week and a half. That's going very well. And again, we're continuing our engagement with the building owner and business owners, people who have real properties here. So outside of this study, we plan on still continuing to provide opportunities for those business owners to have resources. We're in communication with, if there's grants that come out, trying to make sure they're aware of them. Are there resources that PCP is coming up with that we can make sure that the chambers know about, that our business owners know about? So the engagement is not going to stop at, the June Plan Commission. I myself have really enjoyed working with the business owners and building owners, and we're going to continue to do that. So like I mentioned really quickly, we do have an outline if and when there was ever a desire to create an SSA or a bid. We included a timeline for those stakeholders to understand if we wanted to do this, what would that take? Also including short-term and long-term goals so that we could identify who are the players in both of those roles and how can we help support any of those initiatives so that we can quickly look at the short-term things, but try to include our study for a long-term framework plan that we can work on with CDOT and IDOT and CTA. Like I mentioned, the project is on our Harlem Avenue Visioning website. There is an open survey. We're hoping to come back in June for full adoption. And I want to thank everybody for sticking with us this long. Thank you to some of our working group members that joined us today.
Thank you, Carmen. So much great work that went into this one as well. So
Thank you.
thank you. Any comments?
I have a quick one. Just thank you and the team for this hard work. Your passion shines through as you present it.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And thank you for the really thoughtful engagement throughout this time frame and making sure that many voices were engaged. So just thank you, you and the team. Good work.
Thank you.
We do have 3 speakers signed up. I don't know if they're still here.
2 are still here.
You are here. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Okay, Ron is gone. Okay.
Yes, he did email me he had to go.
Okay, we have Mr. Gino Bertucci signed up, who's for the proposal, and then also Mr. Michael Giordano, who's also for the proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Gino Bertucci. I guess I was left by myself here alone. The person that was going to do the speech was my son. He has a big event today because he has a restaurant. And the president of the Sports Hall of Fame, he had to leave because he's got a big event of 400 people. So they left me alone. And I'm the only one that I'm not a speaker. I'm a doer. So if you talk about Harlem Avenue, first of all, I want to thank all of you to review carefully and think what is best for us to do. But I've been in the community for over 65 years. So I am the oldest person in the community still working and doing. And as Carmen said before, we have a vibrant community. I have pictures here. We, not only people come to our area to eat our food, but to live a lifestyle. Our lifestyle is one of the best in the world. We eat well, we dress well, we dance, we sing, we scream, because if we don't scream, we don't love you. So it's a beautiful community, but our community is getting old and we need new generation coming in. I see there's a lot of people coming in that area, always did, because the way it's located, close to the airport, close to suburbs, close to the city, and they don't have to come downtown and pay parking lots, pay, going through a lot of traffic. So I really appreciate if you give us the time of the day to look and see if we could make the community come back, whoever left, be vibrant again as it was. And I think it would be great. It would be an attraction to the city of having tourists coming in, especially now with the museum coming in. They do attract people from all over the country. And I myself, I'm in food, I'm in arts, I'm in everything that you need. You call me, I'm a bundle of information. And I do like people, I do enjoy people, and of course, I'm Italian, we enjoy life. Thank you very much, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Bertucci. And I would say you are a great speaker.
Thank you, Ali. Well, there's less of you. Before I was nervous. I wrote a few things, but
You don't need it. You don't need it.
thank you. Come and see our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Carmen.
You're welcome, Gina.
Mr. Giordano, if you're here.
Hi, my name is Michael Giordano. I'm the Executive Director of the Portage Park Chamber of Commerce. We are the sole service provider incidentally for the Six Corners SSA, SSA 28-2014. And I just wanted to share a letter of support drafted on behalf of the Chamber. So I will read it verbatim. This letter is written on behalf of the Portage Park Chamber of Commerce and its Board of Directors to express our support for the Harlem Avenue Visioning Studies initiated by the City of Chicago's Department of Planning and Development. We feel the implementation of the recommendations from this study will have an exponentially positive impact on this well-established business community, emphasizing the Italian and Italian-American culture among the businesses, and many of the local residents will provide the area with a refreshed rebrand through the utilization of new and various community identifiers. However, the recommendations from this study will provide more than just a reinforcement of the Italian and Italian-American spirit along Harlem Avenue. The enhancements to the streetscape are something that everyone can benefit from by making the business district more walkable for shoppers and residents alike. This will certainly benefit the businesses. Consequently, this will make the area more attractive to potential new businesses looking to relocate into the area. The addition of public gathering spaces will provide amenities that both the businesses and visitors to the area will benefit from. This creates the possibility of having more and more frequent smaller festivals and events within the study's footprint. These events will provide the local businesses with an opportunity to promote themselves while also increasing the quality of life for individuals and families living in the area. In closing, we encourage the Chicago Plan Commission to grant approval to adopt this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think I missed saying that obviously you've been working with both Alderman Esposato and Alderman Taliaferro, and they're both in support and have been collaborating with the department to work on this.
Yes.
proposal,
Yes, they
correct?
also both submitted letters of support.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from the four of us that are left?
I just commend the department and all that you're doing. I'm very familiar with this area, and it's just so interesting to see all the work that's going into it. So look forward to seeing the outcome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again. And I, this was the last item, so no vote is required again. So I'll just do a roll call vote for adjourning today, because I think everyone is ready. Call.
Voice vote.
Okay. All in favor? Yes. Aye, 4 ayes. I want to say, it is, I don't even know what time it is, 3 something? Okay, 3:01. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 3:02. Thank you.